phones on mute. For the gentlemen and ladies in the aisle to my right, if you could kindly take your seats, that would be appreciated. That way we can proceed with the program. Protocol security, could you please ensure that the aisle is clear, please? Good afternoon. Your Excellencies, Executive Governors, Honorable Ministers, members of the diplomatic community, representatives of international institutions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Day 2 of the formal launch of the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones Program. I'm Dr. Victor Oladokun, and it's my honor to be your moderator during these technical sessions throughout the day. Welcome to Abuja. I'd like to use this opportunity to recognize the presence of our partner ministers. Dr. Mrs. Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed, Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, and Governor of the African Development Bank, who is represented today by Hajia Aisha Omar, the Director of International Economic Relations. You're welcome. Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Otumba Ni Adebayo, Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. You're welcome, sir. The Honorable Minister of State for the FCT, Mrs. Ramatu Tijani Aliyu. Looks like she'll be here shortly. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Cross River State, Ben Ayade, represented by the Special Advisor to the Governor on International Cooperation and Investment, SAPZ. I believe he's in the room. You're very welcome. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ekiti State, Mr. Biodun Oyebanji, welcome and congratulations on your recent taking up of office. His Excellency, the Executive Deputy Governor of Imo State, Professor Placid Njoku. His Excellency, the Executive Deputy Governor of Oyo State, Chief Adebayo Lawal. You're welcome, sir. His Excellency, the Executive Deputy Governor of Kwara State, Mr. Kayode Alabi. And His Excellency, the Executive Deputy Governor of Kano State, Mr. Nasiru Gawuna. Well, to all the members of partner organizations, SAPZ members, Planning Committee, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the media present, a big welcome to what, to my mind and to the mind of many of us, is one of the most pivotal and strategic initiatives ever in the history of this country. I believe so. I don't know if you agree with me. Well, that's just my unbiased opinion. Welcome once again. At this point, it gives me great pleasure to invite to the podium the DG of the Nigeria Country Office of the African Development Bank, Mr. Lamin Barrow, to provide welcome remarks.
Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, Your Excellencies, Federal Ministers of Trade and Industry and Investment, representative of the Minister of Finance, Your Excellencies, Governors and Deputy Governors here present, the Honorable Minister of State, State Minister for the Federal Capital Territory, the President of Islamic Development Bank and Vice President of IFAD, Catherine, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the three partner institutions, the African Development Bank Group and Islamic Development Bank Group and the International Fund for Agricultural Development, I am delighted to welcome you to Day 2 of the high-level launch of the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, better known as the SAPZ program. We are especially delighted to welcome in our midst the governors and deputy governors, and in this regard, the newly minted governor of Ekiti State, His Excellency Biodun Oyebanji. You're welcome, Governor. Ladies and gentlemen, the Strategic Partners and Investors Forum is designed to provide a platform for interactive exchange for you as the representatives of the key stakeholder groups involved in the development and delivery of the SAPZ program. And in particular, this refers to the concerned federal and federal ministries and state governments, strategic partners, investors, and other private sector actors. And we hope that this forum will enable in-depth discussion on the implementation modalities for delivery of the SAPZs in Nigeria. At the high-level launch event presided over by His Excellency the President Muhammadu Buhari, ably represented by His Excellency the Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo, yesterday, we saw the strong commitment and ownership of the federal government to the SAPZ program and initiative, which is recognized as a game changer that can drive inclusive growth and sustainable development of Nigeria, and also as a vehicle for industrialization and job creation. As you are aware, the Nigeria SAPZ program is the largest among the SAPZs being rolled out currently in 18 African countries, both in terms of size and scope. Phase 1 will be implemented in 7 states, namely Cross River, Imo, Kaduna, Kano, Kwara, Ogun, and Oyo, and the Federal Capital Territory. And phase 2, for phase 2 and subsequent phases, we have already received expressions of interest from 19 additional states. Among the key infrastructure to be developed under phase 1 include 8 agro-industrial processing hubs, 15 agricultural transformation centers, 2,300 hectares of irrigated lands and access roads, in addition to the supply of certified agricultural inputs and provision of extension services, training and skills development activities for farmers and small and medium-scale enterprises involved in the SAPZs. Equally important, the program will support policy and institutional development for the SAPZ program. As we all know, the private sector has a crucial role to play in the delivery of the SAPZs, and we are pleased that several private sector firms, both domestic and foreign, have expressed keen interest to locate in these zones. The implementation of the SAPZs through a public-private partnership framework is anchored on a clear division of labor amongst the actors. The public sector is expected to not only provide the enabling environment for investment, but also undertake crucial investments to rehabilitate or construct basic infrastructure services, to aggregate and process the strategic crops and livestock products, including rice, cassava, maize, groundnut, sesame, tomato, sorghum, soybeans, cocoa, poultry, beef, and dairy products. The Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, acting as advisor to the states to support the procurement of transaction advisors and mobilizing private sector investors into the zones. Of course, the private sector, in this regard, the states will require competent and experienced private sector developers, facility managers, and operators to complete necessary infrastructure and logistics within their respective special agro-industrial processing zones. We will also need anchor investors from the private sector in the zones to spearhead production and off-taker arrangements with small-scale farmers, processing and packaging of products, as well as other tenants in the zones to provide services related to mechanization, input supply, financing, transport, storage, and logistics services, amongst others. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we expect that our discussions today will enhance our knowledge and understanding of the implementation and delivery mechanisms for the SAPZs, as well as the investment and procurement opportunities for the private sector, and informed by the design principle of a public sector enabled and private sector driven approach. We hope that we will all come out of this session with a clear sense and understanding of the respective roles of each actors and how we can work together to deliver the promise of SAPZs, which were so eloquently articulated by the Vice President, His Excellency Professor Osinbajo, and the speakers at yesterday's lunch. I would therefore like to take the opportunity to express our appreciation to our partners, International Fund for Agricultural Development and the Islamic Development Bank, for your excellent cooperation in designing and financing this program. Let me also thank the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, supported UK NIAF, the Bank of Industry, the International Institute for Tropical Agriculture, and other collaborators for their partnership in this endeavor. Special thanks to the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, and the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development for your leadership and strong commitment, and for championing SAPZs in Nigeria, as well as the partnership of your officials. We particularly thank the National Program Coordinator, who's already been appointed, and his team for their partnership in organizing this event. Let me conclude by quoting President Adesina. I quote, "Together with our partners, we will work alongside the states and the federal government of Nigeria to help attract finance, support speedy implementation, and ensure that Nigeria unlocks its agriculture potential through the SAPZs. We look forward to a very frank and fruitful exchange so that we can deliver SAPZs with speed and also derive all the benefits we seek from this very transformative program." Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. So I would, with your indulgence, request that they display the video, the message of President Adesina at yesterday's ceremony, with your kind permission.
Your Excellencies, to fully unlock the potential of Nigeria's agriculture, more needs to be done to promote and support the agribusiness sector. Transforming agriculture must start with recognizing that agriculture is a business, a wealth-creating sector, not just a way of life. Unlocking wealth in agriculture requires the provision of appropriate technologies to boost productivity, development of agricultural value chains, financial structure to support agricultural value chains, and investments in infrastructure to unlock investments by food and agribusinesses. That is why the African Development Bank has launched the development of Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, SAPZs. The SAPZs are new economic zones located in rural areas to be fully supported by infrastructure, power, water, roads, digital infrastructure, and logistics that will allow food and agribusiness companies to locate within such zones. This will put them close to farmers in production catchment areas, provide market offtakes for farmers, support processing and value addition, reduce food losses, and allow the emergence of highly competitive food and agricultural value chains. Your Excellencies, the development of the SAPZs is one that I had envisioned when I was the Minister of Agriculture in Nigeria. That's because I knew that Nigeria needed to diversify its economy by turning agriculture into a wealth-creating sector with highly competitive agricultural value chains. 7 years after my being Minister of Agriculture of Nigeria, the dream to establish these SAPZs continued. I continued to push for the establishment of the SAPZs when I was elected President of the African Development Bank in 2015. Today, the African Development Bank is investing over $1 billion in SAPZs in 18 African countries. Your Excellencies, the SAPZs will help to transform the food and agricultural sector. They will attract private agribusinesses to locate in these infrastructure-enabled rural areas. They will create massive amounts of jobs across agricultural value chains. They will also help to reduce rural to urban migration, expand the fiscal space, and enhance the emergence of competitive agricultural value chains. Most importantly, the SAPZs will help to transform rural economies of Nigeria from zones of economic misery to zones of economic prosperity, boosting wealth and livelihoods. Your Excellencies, 7 years was a long wait, but today I am delighted that the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones, SAPZs, have finally become a reality in Nigeria. Congratulations. The African Development Bank is providing $210 million for the development of the SAPZs in Nigeria. We are delighted with our partnership with the Islamic Development Bank, which is co-funded. Thank you very much.
Let us put our hands together once again for Africa's optimist-in-chief, World Food Prize laureate and the president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. Quite a lot in there. Essentially, that agriculture, we all know this, is a business. The SAPZs are new economic zones within an enabling environment of infrastructure, a partnership of investors, the public and private sector, and the collective journey of 1,000 years begins with one step. The SAP, of course, is that first step, and together we can help make it happen. And we will. Your presence today is evidence of that commitment and that will to help make it happen. Thank you also to Dr. Lamin Barrow, the DG of the African Development Bank's Nigeria Department, which is a very peculiar office. This is the only country within the bank that has a Director General, and it is reflective of the size of Nigeria, the complexity of our political system, with executive governors present who will drive a lot of the work that is done in the country, but also, again, representative of the fact that Nigeria has the distinction of being the largest shareholder, most influential shareholder, if I may admit, of the African Development Bank. And for that, I think we can and we should put our hands together. So, Dr. Lamin, thank you also very much for your earlier comments. It gives me great pleasure at this point to invite the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, represented here today by Hajia Aisha Omar, the Director of Economic Relations Department, to give opening comments. Hajia, you're welcome to the podium. Please give a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, Executive Governors, Deputy Governors, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Industry, Trade and Investment, the Vice President of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, representatives of development partners, members of the diplomatic corps, colleagues from ministries, departments, and agencies, with recognition of the national and state coordinators here with us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Mrs. Dr. Zainab Samshuna Ahmed, sends her apologies and high regards. She is unavoidably absent today due to exigencies of duty. I hereby deliver her speech. Today we are gathered again to continue our engagement after a successful launch of the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones program yesterday, Monday, 24th October 2022. Today is not for speech delivering, but to further strengthen our engagement through technical discussion. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning stated yesterday that what is critical in actualizing the program in Nigeria depends mainly on our resilience as stakeholders to ensure the successful implementation of the program. Permit me to therefore reiterate that our collective efforts in this program are fundamental to achieving its development objectives. On this note, I wish our development partners, the high dignitaries from the government side, both federal and state governments, the private sector, and all stakeholders successful deliberation as outlined in the event program. Once again, thank you for your participation and interest in collaborating with the federal government of Nigeria to have robust agro-industrial processing zones. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Hajia Aisha Omar, thank you very much for those brief opening remarks on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Finance. Thank you very much. I'd also like to call upon at this point a minister representing the core ministries backing the SAPZ in Nigeria, none other than Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, a strong and a committed supporter of the SAPZs, without whom we most likely would not be here today. Please give him a warm round of applause as he comes to the podium to give his brief remarks.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Governor of Ekiti State, and congratulations on your success at the poll recently. The Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, representative of the Minister of Finance, our Chairman of House Committee on Institute under the Ministry, the DG of AFDB, the Associate Vice President of IFAD, whom we are very thankful to, for actually, I will have to mention this again, yesterday, in spite of all that they have been doing, also gave a grant of $5 million for the dry season and the flood that is just ravaging most of our farmlands and some areas of the country. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is yet another exciting moment of joy to officially welcome Your Excellencies, top government functionaries, development partners, private sector, and other strategic stakeholders to this remarkable event of the Strategic Partners and Investors Forum on the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone Program at the African Development Building here in Abuja. I sincerely express my appreciation to the state government, relevant ministries, department, agencies, the African Development Bank, International Fund for Agricultural Development, and the Islamic Development Bank, the private sector and strategic partners for gracing this very important occasion. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is relevant to reiterate that SAPZ is a government-enabled but private sector-led program established for inclusive growth and private sector development. This Strategic Partners and Investors Forum presents unique opportunities to galvanize the momentum of progress recorded so far on the SAPZ. The Federal Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development will provide more support for SAPZ program to facilitate huge flow of investment into modern agro-processing and value chain addition. Our strategic partnership with state government, relevant ministries and MDAs and private sector will be strengthened through enablement of agro-industrialization policy and facilitation of the right mix of incentives for agro-business ecosystem around SAPZ. As we commence the implementation of FAPZ program in 8 locations of Kano, Imo, Kaduna, Cross River, Kwara, Oyo, and Ogun State, and the federal capital in the first phase, my ministry, through the SAPZ National Coordination Office, will also provide a strategic investment prospectus for priority value chains under SAPZ. This investment prospectus will showcase the unique value propositions and SAPZ holds for agribusiness investment in Nigeria, which include tax incentives, policy support, among others. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture, the federal government of Nigeria has been able to mobilize more significant amount of investment, commitment from International Development and Institute for the development of the industrial hub, agricultural aggregation centers, and the transformation centers as well in the 8 locations mentioned earlier. Our doors are still wide open for more investment from the private sector, as well as to make the hub an engine of growth and job creation, wealth creation for women and youth, and to transform the agricultural sector sustainably. SAPZ will significantly drive modernization of agricultural sector, reduce food import, drive value addition in staple food crops, and create new economic zones of wealth and jobs creation in rural areas. This laudable event holding today is a game changer in unlocking more private sector investment, which represent a strong cycle of fortress for the SAPZ program. The federal government of Nigeria will not relent in its giant stride towards incentivizing agro-industrialization for private sector development. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I hereby welcome you once again to this strategic partnership and investors forum to seal the real deal in the Nigerian agricultural landscape. Thank you. I'm still very excited about SAPZ.
I think we can do better than that. Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Abubakar, again for your strong enthusiasm and support for the SAPZ program in Nigeria. Now, one of the key words in the SAPZ is the word industrial, and it is that distinction that denotes accelerated growth, increased production, and value addition. The Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is a critical player in the program's success. And as such, it is our pleasure today to welcome, to provide opening remarks, the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Otumba Ni Adebayo. Please give him a warm welcome and a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Well, for the first time, it gives me great pleasure to say, Your Excellency, the Governor of Ekiti State, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, the representative of the Honorable Minister of Finance, Your Excellencies, the Deputy Governors here present, representatives of governors here present, the DG Nigeria Country Office of the African Development Bank, the Vice President of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, distinguished guests, honorable members of the National Assembly, my apologies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here for the second day of the presidential launch of the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone program, focused on engagement with the private sector. The launching of this program has been a long time in the making, and I am delighted to see it come to fruition. The Nigeria Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones program is a great example of public and private sector-led organizations coming together to make impactful change and generate increased economic integration and productivity in the agriculture sector. The private sector has gone the extra mile to support the development of the SAPZ project. In Africa, agriculture for too long has not moved with the times. Its development has been slow, and a private sector approach is clearly needed to take things forward. Over the past few years, impact investing or sustainability-focused investing has become more and more important. This is what makes investing in the SAPZ project so attractive. Agro-industrialization promotes inclusive development by providing sustainable jobs and livelihoods for the vulnerable, that is, youth, women, low-resource, smallholder farmers, and the aged. The bottom line is that as a country, we need to drastically reduce unemployment, expand our manufacturing base, get ready to effectively participate in the African Continental Free Trade Area, and ease the pressure on the Naira. Global supply chains are currently threatened, with US shippers under strain from reduced input from China and European supply chains negatively affected by the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic still negatively affects many global economies. These global challenges are expected to continue into 2023, but with crisis comes opportunity. In this case, an opportunity for Nigeria to fill a greater amount of global demand. To do this, industrialization and resilient systems are paramount for our success. The launch of the SAPZ program is not just a win for Nigeria's agriculture sector, but for our economy as a whole. It helps us tackle some of the country's most pressing challenges. For example, it is currently critical that we reverse the flow of foreign exchange and create a net inflow. The SAPZ project supports the federal government strategy of driving backward integration. We need to locally produce more of the important commodities that Nigerians consume in huge quantities, and this project supports that. The development of a critical mass of industrial facilities will improve Nigeria's manufacturing cost competitiveness, another factor that is key to our success. At present, cost is a major impediment to increasing exports and competing with Asian markets. Moving Nigeria forward as a supply chain partner to leading global economies is critical for foreign exchange inflows and employment. Our ministry estimates that if this can be done right, we can deliver up to 6 million jobs in a 10-year period and lift up to 24 million people out of poverty, which in itself is a huge feat. We are not unmindful of the challenges inherent in delivering on these opportunities. So let me speak to these as well as proven mitigating strategies. For one, Nigeria's economy needs to improve its overall competitiveness. The infrastructure and skills gap and the bureaucratic bottlenecks. There's also the mismatch of available capital in terms of quantum, tenor, and structure vis-à-vis our development financing needs. Then there is the need to de-risk projects as well as ensuring the credibility of sponsors. And finally, the challenges around obtaining title and actual access to key inputs such as land. To ensure that the SAPZ and similar projects deliver desired results, we are proposing a public-private sector development model. My time here is limited, but I would like to highlight a few of the model's key features. Firstly, for each of the specific projects in each opportunity area, government will serve as a sponsor and equity holder, but not as a manager. The government provides seed investment and access to key requirements such as foreign exchange, land, legacy assets, licenses, permits, etc., but management is completely private sector-led. Secondly, DFIs will be asked to provide long-term development finance at low rates. Thirdly, private equity and venture capital funds, as well as other financial and strategic investors, will provide co-investment and also commercial guarantees. Finally, participation will be structured in the form of permanent capital vehicles, which invest through special purpose vehicles. These are just some highlights, but we are happy to discuss details of this, especially as we have obtained in-principle commitments and very enthusiastic buy-in from some of Africa's leading DFIs. The federal government has taken major steps to strengthen investor confidence in the economy. Key legislation, such as the Annual Finance Act and the revised Companies and Allied Matters Act, have been passed. Nigeria also has a number of fiscal investment incentives that help new entrants to the market. These include 3 to 5 years of tax holidays for enterprises in what we deem pioneer industries, tax-free operations and capital allowances for agriculture, manufacturing, and engineering. The government has also created the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, a vehicle for partnering with the private sector to drive Nigeria's industrialization agenda. Security concerns are also being fully addressed through a combination of increased acquisition of military hardware, strengthened regulation around control of arms and weaponry, regional and global cooperation, and also deployment of soft strategies such as reorientation and rehabilitation. This is a challenging period for not just Nigeria, but for many countries. However, we remain the largest domestic economy and market in Africa and have one of the world's largest suppressed demand for goods and services. As we move into full utilization of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, there is great potential for expansion into neighboring markets. Although times are tough, people are tougher, and our young, intelligent labor force is ready to key into opportunities that will come out of this project. I once again thank all the organizations that have come together to bring this project to its current stage. Your success is Nigeria's success. The federal government is here to provide you all the support you require. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Otumba, for your very kind remarks and for the reminders that indeed the SAPZs are a dynamic partnership, a partnership of many co-equals, and the success of this enterprise will depend greatly to the extent on which we're able to partner at a federal, state, private sector, and investment level. Thank you very much once again, Honorable Minister, for that reminder. As Dr. Adishina aptly reminded us yesterday, he said that on our own as individuals, we're but drops of water, but together we're a mighty ocean. And I believe very, very strongly that Nigeria's better days are ahead of us, and the SAPZs indeed do mark a new beginning indeed. There's going to be a slight adjustment to the stage for just a few minutes, if the team can come onto the platform and make those adjustments, and then we will pay attention to our next speaker. Thank you very much for your patience. I just crave your indulgence. I want to commend the IAM media team here. This is a first-class, world-class platform here with some really, really great technology. Please give IAM a round of applause here. Yesterday, we had an opportunity to listen to Catherine Megan, the Associate Vice President and General Counsel of IFAD. For more than 25 years, she's been an exceptional international development expert, and at IFAD, she has helped set up the fund's strategy to double the institution's impact for the rural poor while scaling up climate adaptation, private sector lending, with a focus on delivering development solutions. So, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, it gives me great joy in welcoming to the podium once again Catherine Megan. Please give her a warm round of applause. The podium and the platform is yours.
Good afternoon, Excellencies. The Honorable Minister, Dr. Mahmoud Abubakar, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Minister of the Federal Capital Territories, Representative of the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Excellencies, State Governors, Deputy Governors, esteemed colleagues from the Islamic Development Bank, the African Development Bank, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by congratulating the federal government for the wonderful launch event yesterday. I share the excitement of the Minister of Agriculture and reflecting back on that launch event and seeing that we are now together in this journey to make the SAPZs a reality. IFAD is honored to be part of this game-changing event in close collaboration with the national government, with the Islamic Development Bank, and the African Development Bank. Once again, I'd like to express, before we start, on behalf of all IFAD staff, our compassion and solidarity for the victims of the recent flooding in Nigeria, with large loss of life and loss of livelihood. And this is one of the reasons that we were compelled to provide the $5 million grant to support climate change adaptation, to help small farmers through the VCDP project be able to climate-proof their projects to, in the future, be better protected against future floods as well as future droughts. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during the SAPZ launch yesterday, it was widely agreed that the private sector is a key engine of growth for rural economies. Nigeria is blessed in many ways. Nigeria is blessed with fertile land. 88% of its land is arable. Nigeria is blessed with a young, intelligent population. 75% of the population under age 24. Nigeria is a driver for the continent of Africa. Nigeria has the largest population and the largest GDP of the continent. With all of this together, it is my firm belief that Nigeria is poised as the powerhouse for agro-industrial development with smallholders across the continent of Africa. And smallholder farmers are the key to this transformation. Smallholder farmers are 70% of the farmers in Nigeria, and they produce 90% of Nigeria's food output. IFAD is laser focused on supporting small-scale farmers to help them be more productive and to build rural, resilient communities in the places where they live and work. And the involvement of the private sector is critical for this. I wanted to talk to you a little bit today about the 4P model, that is the public-private producer model, which is one that IFAD has used across the globe with huge success, and one that will be used in the SAPZs. So we've heard today from the Honorable Ministers of Agriculture and Industry of the benefits of the public partner, that is the government. These are around tax incentives, licenses, land access, security concerns, providing seeds and inputs, as well as having the correct enabling policy environment to make the SAPZs a success. That's the public part of the 4Ps. Today in our audience, we have a lot of the private part of the 4 Ps, the private sector, companies and investors. And it's to you in particular that I would like to speak today, to encourage you to join together with us, the public, the private, and the producers, who are, of course, the smallholder farmers and agriculture producers, to make the SAPZ the huge success I'm convinced it will be. I'd like to give you a real-world example of how the 4P model can bring success both for producers, the farmers, but also for the private sector, those of you in the audience today. And to do so, I'd like to give you a real-world example of one private sector company, Olam Nigeria, with whom IFAD and the federal government have worked in conjunction with the VCBP project very successfully. So let's cast our minds back to 2014. In 2014, almost 10 years ago, Olam Nigeria built a beautiful new mill to process rice, but they had a problem. The smallholders were not bringing the rice to the mill to be processed. So the mill went largely underutilized in its capacity. And at the same time, Olam joined the VCBP project, where we worked together using the 4P model to make a complete turnaround. And today, I'm very proud to share with you that Olam has increased the productivity and milling capacity by over 10 times. And the private sector farmers and producers working in this 4P model have more than doubled their income. That shows the success of the 4P model for both the private sector and the producers who are involved, with the enabling environment, of course, of the public sector, the government. Now, you might ask, the 4P model seems like it's a game changer. How can it really work? And what are some lessons learned and from success of this model? Yesterday evening, the Minister of Agriculture arranged a wonderful high-level roundtable with all the individuals involved in the 4P program with the VCDP project. And I wanted to share with you today 4 key lessons of success from that we learned from the participants in those projects. And this will really show how the public, private, and producers work together, with the producers at the center of the partnership, which is really IFAD's model, to put the small-scale producers and farmers at the center and help them build their income and create vibrant rural communities. So, the first success factor is best practice agricultural techniques. VCDP and IFAD provide specialized agricultural support. That includes ongoing training about best farming practices, and this is often supported by the private sector partner who's working with them, in this case Olam, about how to produce the best, highest quality rice. This can be using climate-resistant seeds, preparing the land properly, using the right fertilizers, the right timing, farming adaptation to climate change, reducing post-harvest losses, and how to package. At the same time, in addition to providing technical advice, IFAD financed the inputs, the seeds and the fertilizers that the farmers needed, which were repaid after the successful harvest. The success factor number 2 is having decentralized collection centers, and this is a picture of one of them. Why is it important to have collection centers in the middle of the community? Well, one reason is that IFAD's mission is to build vibrant rural communities so that people can harvest their crops and go to a collection center within their community. It's also good for the environment. It saves transportation costs and fuel. And the centers are also places where the product quality can be checked and tested on an ongoing basis. And many of the farmers who bring their crops right to these centers within their communities can have the quality tested, have the sale done, and be paid digitally on their cell phones using their bank accounts by the next day. So it's also very safe for farmers not to have to transport crops longer distances and be subject to potential theft of the crops during transport. In addition to helping set up these centers, EFOD also finances the rehabilitation of warehouses, as well as the construction of small feeder roads that help farmers go safely to these centers. The third success factor is the Commodity Alliance Forum. And EFOD helped the Ministry of Agriculture create the CAF through the VCDP program. And basically what it does is it groups together smallholder farmers because there's much more power in a collective than being alone. And when you have a collective of smallholder farmers together, you have a lot more market power because you are able to sell a huge amount of rice rather than a small amount of rice. And thus, you can provide a lot more price for the amount that you're selling. At the same time, I would say that with the public sector, so the government as an observer, the farmers and the private sector company, so in this case it's Olam, who you call also the off-taker, they have an agreement ahead of time that Olam, the private sector company, will buy all of the rice that is produced by the farmers in a certain area. And this is good for two reasons. The farmers are comfortable because they know when they harvest their crops, they can sell them. And they don't have to worry about which market will I go to, how will I be able to get there, where will I sell my rice. At the same time, the private sector partner is very comforted because they know they will have a large quantity of high quality rice that they will be able to buy and mill in their mill. And so it gives comfort and predictability on both sides. The CAF, I would also just like to give a shout out because it is a springboard for innovation. The Commodity Alliance Forum is doing some really cool stuff, and they're bringing the best practices of the private sector into these farmer cooperatives. So they are working with instruments such as flood insurance for crops, transport insurance for farmers so that once they harvest their crops, if they have to transport and there's an accident or theft during transport, they're paid. They are doing very high-tech quality control analyses of the crops during the growing season and once they're harvested. This is an example of one CAF quality control of the rice crop after harvest. And in this way, they help farmers produce the highest quality rice, which of course brings the highest price at market. And the fourth and last success factor is that the market price is transparently set by farmer groups. And so there's a pricing committee that sets a market price usually about bi-weekly. And this is dominated really by different farmer groups within the CAF who go about and get market information, which EFOD also helps to provide market and weather-related information transparently so that a fair price can be set, both for the purchaser, the private sector off-taker, and for the farmers. And because the farmers really dominate the pricing committee, they have trust in the ultimate price, and they're comfortable that they can sell that price. And it's a win-win situation for both because it cuts out the middleman. There's no middle person who's purchasing from the small farmers and then selling to the big companies. In this way, both the private company and the smallholder farmer win in terms of having a fair and good price for the crop. This is just one example of the 4P model, the public-private producer model, which EFOD has used across the world in the last decade, and which I'm really delighted to see being taken up and embraced in the SAPZs here today. In this model, we see farmers often more than double their income while also having a secure and reliable partner to bring new agricultural practices, but also to buy their output. And through this model, the private sector, for those of you in the audience today from the private sector, also gains. With the Olam example, they were able to increase by over 10 times their milling capacity and secure a long-term, stable supply of a high-quality crop, which they were unable to do beforehand. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the SAPZ journey is a groundbreaking one, and it's one I'm honored and excited to be part of, along with IFAD, the Islamic Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the state governments, and the private sector. I believe very firmly that the 4P model can help us significantly and powerfully develop agricultural value chains in Nigeria. I encourage all of the private sector companies and investors here today to join us. Together, I'm confident that we will maximize the SAPZ benefits for small-scale farmers and producers, and for the private sector, in line with national priorities. Together, we can ensure continued food security in Nigeria. Together, we can ensure the income production and resilience of small farmers and producers. And together, we can support Nigeria as the powerhouse that it is for agro-industrialization across the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Catherine Megan, the Vice President of the International Fund for Agriculture, introducing us to a win-win model of fours: public, private, producer partnerships, and 4 success factors and principles that make for successful agricultural practices, i.e., best practice technology, decentralized collection centers, innovative programs, and transparent market prices. Thank you very much. Again, kindly give Dr. Megan a warm round of applause for the work that she and IFAD continue to do in Nigeria. I'm the son, or the grandson rather, of a cocoa farmer. And I look at agriculture today, and I can say my grandfather, my late grandfather, would not believe the ecosystem in which we're operating today and the amount of support that is available. To my mind, the SAPZ and all of the efforts of the partners in the federal government and the state governments, all it is leading to is agriculture and agro-industrial processing 2.0. The future ahead of Nigeria is bright indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome to this technical session. Before we proceed, I'm going to kindly ask the honorable ministers, excellencies, the state governors and deputy governors, as well as representatives of the international partner organizations to come onto the platform for a group photograph. If you would kindly do that right now, it'll be much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Governors and Deputy Governors, and representatives of international partner organizations. We will now continue with our program. If you could all kindly be seated, it'll be appreciated. Thank you. It is my pleasure at this point to invite to the platform to provide brief remarks Dr. Ramatu Tijani Aliyu, the Minister of State at the FCT, who I believe is ably represented by the Chief of Staff, Professor M.T. Usman. Professor M.T. Usman, if you could come to the podium. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ekiti State, Deputy Governors here present, representatives of our development partners, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming and good afternoon. I had to say that because we are in the AFDB building, but we are the hosts. The FCT is hosting you. I bring you very glad tidings from the FCT administration. And I wish to state that for us in the FCT, this project is not only a game changer. In our firm belief, we are in a position to ensure that Nigeria's economy not only gets diversified, but that Mr. President's dream of lifting 100 million citizens out of poverty by the end of May 2029 will be realized through agriculture. Our choice in the FCT is the livestock industry, and we are happy that the ISDB has indicated interest and is supporting us in the first phase. With us in this hall today, we have business partners and entrepreneurs of various scales that are already working with us to bring this to fruition. We also do believe that every state in Nigeria should participate in this project, and are happy that 19 other state governments are already prepared to join us. I'm convinced that together we will not only make agriculture the centerpiece of our economy, we shall, in due course, make Nigeria and Nigerian agriculture the driver of African development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor M.T. Usman, sharing brief remarks on behalf of the Honorable Minister of State, Dr. Ramatu Tijani Aliyu. Thank you very much. I'd like to now invite our next speaker to the platform, His Excellency Professor Placid Njoku, the Deputy Governor of Imo State, to give his remarks.
Honorable Ministers, my colleague Deputy Governors, Your Excellency, the Governor of Ekiti State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, since yesterday, I have participated in this exercise where we're launching the SAPZ program. And for me, basically as an animal scientist and agriculturist, I believe that this is probably one of the most profound programs that the federal government has had to host in its effort to diversify the economy of Nigeria. For a long time, we've talked about agriculture being the driver of industrialization. What do we mean by that? Basically because if we improve agriculture, we improve productivity of our seeds, we improve total production per unit area. And also we're able to reduce food losses, and therefore there's a lot more food that's available. And when it's impossible for you to consume everything together, what do? You process it. And from processing and with increased production and so on, you go into small industrial exercises until you have a maximal, bigger industrial settings. And so, if we get the SAPZ right, we can truly, truly activate industrialization in Nigeria. And if we do that, there are many options that we can get. A lot of very good jobs will emanate. We will be able to feed our people better. And of course, trade will improve. And of course, the ranking of Nigeria in the eyes of many people across the world will also improve. So I think that the SAPZ is a great project. And I'm delighted that Imo State is included in the first phase of this project. And His Excellency the Governor, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodimma, who unavoidably is absent and who insisted that I must come to this program, certainly saw the value of what was imminent from this project. And so we are very glad to participate, and we give our commitment, full commitment, to the full implementation and efficient implementation of this project. We have quite a lot of things going for us in Imo State. And Imo State is probably one of the few states that has an international cargo airport. And consequently, anything we produce, products we produce, commodities we produce, can actually be ferried to other parts of the country and, in fact, also to international destinations. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to say that Imo State is very happy to be on APZ, and I'm very delighted and congratulate all the other states that also are. And we sincerely hope that this project can be expanded soon so that many other Nigerian states can also come to participate. Thank you very much indeed.
Now that's the kind of enthusiasm that we need. Please give Professor Njoku again a warm round of applause. That's the kind of support and enthusiastic engagement that we need from all of our governors in the Federation. Up next is His Excellency Mr. Nasiru Yusuf Gawuna, the Deputy Governor of Kano State, to give his brief remarks. Okay. Again, I guess I should have scanned the audience very well. Let's just say I don't have 20/20 vision. Which now moves me on to our next speaker to provide brief remarks. His Excellency, Mr. Kayode Alabi, the Deputy Governor of Kwara State. I did get that right this time around. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister, first of all, I bring us the fraternal greeting of His Excellency, Malam Abdurrahman Abdurazak, the Executive Governor of Kwara State, who is here ably represented by the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Kwara State. For us in Kwara State, today's event, we started yesterday, is a dream come true. And we must congratulate the federal government and all the partners for making sure that this dream is becoming a reality. In the last 3 years, when the government of Alhaji Abdurrahman Abdurazak came to Kwara State, the vision was very clear. The people were hungry, and there was an urgent need to actually bring people from the shackles of poverty. And what we needed to do was to take the full advantage that are inherent in agriculture. We cannot do that without going into production and industrialization. So for us in Kwara State, we are ready, And we have a very comparative advantage in area of livestock. And that is one area the Kwara State government has invested and will continue to invest. And we want to say we are ready, and we are ready, and we're ready to lead, to support in whatever we can to make sure that this program is a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Kayode Alabi, for those remarks. Again, very much appreciated, and thank you for being in Abuja to enthusiastically support the SAPZs. It gives me great pleasure at this point to invite our next speaker, who is none other than His Excellency Chief Adebayo Lawal, the Executive Deputy Governor of Oyo State.
Your Excellency, let me first of all congratulate all of us in Nigeria for this project, which ought to have come a long time ago because Nigeria is passing through dire situation in terms of extreme poverty arising from a lack of attention for agriculture. For us in Oyo State, and indeed in the southwestern part of this country, we have decided to embark on 4 major cardinal programs, of which agriculture is one. And for that reason, we have really, ahead of this project, established farm settlements backed up by international donors. And so this SAPZ coming at this moment is just to really complement what we are doing in Oyo State. At a particular location, we have really isolated a large tract of land, which in fact, as a result of a conscious and intentional efforts to expand the space of agriculture, we have trained young people at Nasarawa. As a matter of fact, about 3,300 young people have been trained, and they are currently located at Fashola Farm Settlement. For this reason, small household farm settlements have been created, and indeed in Oyo State there are about 5 zones, and we are replicating settlements, agri-settlements, in order to suck population from the city centers into farm settlements. Now, why is this kind of project important for us in Nigeria? It is obvious now that Nigeria is a mono economy, but that economy is really not driving Nigeria in the right direction. So we must look back, we must go back to the land. And SAPC is one driver of states in Nigeria to go back to the land. Having listened to the president of Africa Development Bank, Adesina, we have to be consciously come together and embrace agriculture in order to reduce poverty that is ravaging us in Nigeria. And for us, I think, and I know of a fact that agri being one of the major areas of attention, we have opened up roads as we speak in Oyo State. We have opened up about 1,500 kilometers of road in rural areas so that farm produce that are coming from such locations can be brought to city centers. So I have to congratulate the drivers of the SAPC for this noble objective, and I believe that Oyo State will key into the program and take advantage of expert and expertise that will come along with SAPC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Adebayo Lawal, the Executive Deputy Governor of Oyo State and a former Attorney General in the state. Please give him a warm round of applause. Again, thank you for emphasizing the need for connected infrastructure of roads to facilitate production. Essential, important, critical to the success of the SAPZs in the country. I'd like to call on, at this point on the Special Advisor to the Governor on International Cooperation and Investment of Cross River State, His Excellency Ben Ayade, Governor of Cross River State. If you could come to the podium and provide a few remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Governor of Ekiti State, Your Excellencies, Deputy Governors here, ladies and gentlemen, my principal, the Governor of Cross River State, His Excellency Professor Senator Ben Ayade, is unavoidably absent today and have asked me to bring his goodwill to this program. The Cross River State government, in the index, preparedness index, have gone very far. The government, through His Excellency, had established the Ogoja rice mill because through the SAPC program, Cross River State had been apportioned the rice, cocoa, and cassava crops. And so far, the governor we have put up the ultra-modern rice mill in Ogoja and also the cocoa processing plant in Ikom in preparation for the start-off of the SAPZ. There is an evacuation corridor, like I heard His Excellency mention in his speech. We have ongoing about 80% ready the Obudu International Cargo Airport to also evacuate produce from SAPZ designated hubs in Cross River State. And we've already signed some partnerships with some agro developers, which we have some of them in the room at this meeting. So going further, we expect that we look forward to disbursements and the proper kickoff of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My namesake, Mr. Victor Edet, representing His Excellency Ben Ayade, the Governor of Cross River State. Kindly give him a warm round of applause again. Very shortly, we'll be going into the technical sessions, and we have some fantastic sessions that are extremely informative coming up. You don't want to miss that. Having said that, and preparing you for what's coming up next, I would be remiss if I did not allow one of our dignitaries today to come to the podium and share a few words with us. Just barely a week ago, he took office as the governor of Ekiti State. His state is not a part of the first phase of the SAPZ, but is certainly a frontliner for phase 2. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to the latest governor in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Mr. Biodun Oyebanji, the governor of Ekiti State. The podium is yours.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Deputy Governor, Members, House of Representatives, and Chair House Committee on Agri-Schools and Research Institutions, DG Nigerian Office of the AFDB, and its team, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Well, I'm glad and I'm excited to be here. Though Ekiti State didn't make the first batch, but the truth is that for the past 3 years, we have developed an agri-processing zone in Ekiti State. Presently, we have 15 investors struggling in that zone, just trying to combat a lot of challenges that has to do with production. So I'm excited to be here today, and I'm happy that help is on the way. I sat there, I was just turning in my mind what will happen if we're able to drive this process through in the next 3 years. We are sure of a country whereby there will be prosperity, whereby there will be employment, whereby there will be food, and there will be a lot of value additions across the agri-value chains. So I congratulate Nigerians. I congratulate the states that have benefited to be part of the first phase. And I look forward to boarding the SAPC train as soon as possible from Ekiti State. Once again, I thank you for this platform to at least to speak to you. And we continue to collaborate with all other institutions that are ready to help us lift our burden. Thank you. God bless you.
His Excellency, Mr. Biodun Oyebanji, the Executive Governor of Ekiti State. Again, thank you for latching on to this program so early in your administration. Very appropriate for a state that is richly endowed as Ekiti State is. We wish you good success in your new assignment. Moving the train along, and having heard from several of our excellencies and ministers, we're now going to go into the more technical part of how the SAPZ is to be operationalized. That's the core. At the end of the day, this is a program with a difference. This is a game changer, the likes of which we haven't collectively come together to help support. So to kick the ball rolling, the proverbial ball, I'm going to invite to the platform for a presentation. It looks like I'm jumping ahead of myself. I see Dr. Barrow coming up to the platform. Actually, I don't see him in the room right now. No, he disappeared. Well, ladies and gentlemen, much earlier I did see Mr. Jimmy Lawal in the room. Sorry? Okay, I did see Mr. Jimmy Lawal earlier in the room, and I wanted to acknowledge his presence, representing, again, the governor of Kaduna State. But I gather that in his stead is the Commissioner of Agriculture, who is here. Again, we welcome you, sir, and if you'd like to make a few brief remarks, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Ekiti State, Your Excellencies, Deputy Governors here present, representatives of ministers here present, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ibrahim Hussaini. I'm the Commissioner of Agriculture, Kaduna State. and I would like to also give a few comments and remarks on SAPZ Kaduna State. First, is to say that Kaduna State has large population, the third in Nigeria, about 9 million people. We have 46,053 square kilometers of land, and out of which 2.2 million hectares of land is cultivable. And we have about 800,000 hectares of land that is available for irrigation. So we have comparative advantages in the production of maize. We are number one in Nigeria. We are also number one in the production of ginger in Nigeria. We are third in the production of potatoes in Nigeria. And we are third in the soybeans production in Nigeria. We produce a lot of rice, sugarcane, and so forth. Now, His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasru El-Rufai, has established a number of policies that have made it easy for investors to come to Kaduna State. We have attracted several millions of US dollars in the last 7 years of His Excellency's administration in Kaduna State. Olam, which example has been demonstrated here, is one of the investments, the largest hatchery in Africa. Tomato Juice is exporting tomato from Kaduna State. ALA is a joint venture with the Danish government that has established a ranch which has improved the production of milk from the local cattle of 1 liter per cow per day to 25 liters per cow per day, and the target is about 40 liters per cow per day. Last week, His Excellency established or launched the OCP, which is a fertilizer company that is also assisting farmers in the state. Barbados Fertilizer, Matrix Fertilizer, Mahindra Tractor Manufacturing Plant, Dangote Tomatoes, all have established in Kaduna State in various areas. We have established 3 aggregation centers in the 3 senatorial zones to assist the SAPZ project. And Kaduna State actually is very much ready and is happy to be part of the participating states in the SAPZ project. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much to the Honorable Commissioner of Agriculture, Kaduna State, representing His Excellency, the Governor of Kaduna State. Thank you very much, sir, for those remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming now to the technical session, and we have 2 superb presentations that will be made in the time that we do have. Very short presentations, but powerful and very illustrative. Both presenters are not coming to the table today, as it were, with theoretical projections of what SAPZs are all about, but real-life applications that have very, very profound value. To get us going, I'd like to call on the Senior Special Advisor to the President of the African Development Bank Group, a good friend, Professor Oyebanji Oyelaran, who is the Senior Advisor on Industrialization. I don't want to preempt him, but all I can tell you is this: his presentation is loaded. The platform is yours.
Thank you very much. I see my brother Bonil is smiling. I don't want to do the protocol, so I won't miss out anybody. I just want to stand on the existing protocol. I want to thank everybody for being here today. My job is to more or less summarize with some basic information and data on exactly what SAPZ is, what the structure is, but more importantly, how we are proceeding with the implementation of SAPZ. First, you have heard from everyone that this is a structure that is designed to concentrate agro-processing activities within areas of high agricultural potential. And this is the principle by which every state was asked to pick two things: their location and the top 3 or 4 commodities. And within this space that the states agree to work in, we are going to concentrate agricultural producers, aggregators, distributors into one location in order to increase productivity and to raise competitiveness of agriculture. What are the goals of SAPZs and what are the outcomes? The first is to enhance productivity. As you know, one of the most difficult things that Africa has confronted over the last 40 years is that productivity is extremely very low. The mechanization, the use of fertilizer, seeds, and so forth, whereby others in the last 30 years have totally outpaced Africa, and including our own country, Nigeria. For most commodities, we have remained simply on the same yield per hectare level. But thank God there's been a lot of improvement over the last couple of years, and we are beginning to take this serious. The second major goal is to reduce post-harvest losses, and I will show when I get there very soon. Then the third thing is to reduce what we call transaction cost, because when you have actors located within the same geographic area, proximity and collaboration becomes easier. You are able to leverage each other's skills, leverage each other's knowledge. You are able to form communities of production much more easily. And the third goal, the last goal, is to increase value addition. And this is what we've been hearing since morning. One of the reasons, in fact, when you look at, people talk a lot about, Nigeria's agricultural GDP, contribution to GDP, on average, for the last 40 years, has remained almost 20%. And when you speak to people, they tell you, oh, Nigeria agriculture is extremely very important. Now, that figure of 23-odd average is actually a symbol of regression, a symbol of stagnation. I'll give you 2 examples. When you look at 2 comparator countries, Malaysia and Vietnam, in the 80s, Malaysia had, on average, 20% GDP, agri contribution to GDP. Today, 7.4 or something. Same with Vietnam. In fact, Vietnam's change is so rapid, it's mind-boggling. In the 80s, about the same time we started, Vietnam agricultural contribution to GDP was about 40%. Today, it's about 12.5%. What does that mean? Countries that are making progress must move away from having dominancy of their producers within small-scale, on-farm
production into modern agriculture. This is basically what SAPZ is set to do. And what you find when you see that figure and you compare with manufacturing contribution to GDP, our manufacturing contribution to GDP has also remained under 10% over the last 40 years. It's not just a sign of stagnation, it's actually a regression. If you are in the same class, you don't pass, you don't fail, you don't go anywhere, everybody has passed you by. So I don't see it as just stagnation, it's also a reversal. For the most of our comparators, manufacturing contribution has raised up to like 25, 30%. In South Korea, for example, today, agri contribution to GDP is about 2.5%, and they feed themselves. Export from Korea in 2019, before COVID, I always use 2019 because of COVID distortion, was about $80 billion from agricultural processing alone. From agricultural processing. In 2019, Vietnam export for 4 or 5 commodity areas, black pepper, cashew nut, cocoa bean, $40 billion. The total oil export from Nigeria was $34 billion. So this is what SAPZ is set to do. We need to move away from this narrative into modern agriculture. So the outcomes we expect: reduce food import, assure food security, boost revenue from agriculture, create wealth on rural farming. In other words, we want to ensure that we attain rural industrialization, create new sustainable jobs, and enhance hope. The functions, and many, I don't want to spend too much time on this, of SAPZ, the kinds of financing that we are providing, will go towards those very difficult areas for farmers. Land preparation, and of course, in terms of inputs, farm credit, improved seed fertilizers, irrigation, mechanization, extension services. And the key actors are going to be across all the broad areas: smallholders, medium commercial farmers, more than 50 hectares, large commercial farmers, more than 250 hectares. So we are not romanticizing the idea that you only have smallholders. Africa should not sit there and say we are all smallholders and we are very romantic about it. We need to have a transition. Every country that has made progress has attained what you call structural transformation. We are at a phase where others were 30, 40 years ago, and we need to move from there. That's one of the things that Africa needs to do. Nigeria in particular has to lead the way. So we are going to push for agricultural transformation, and we're going to have these agricultural transformation centers, those that are now described as smallholders, doing repetitive jobs, toiling every day with very little output. We want to transform their lives. And therefore, the SAPZ is going to provide you with logistics, it's going to provide you with processing. Apart from the agri transformation centers within those communities, you are going to have the key hubs where the factory system will be built. And you have heard that. Now, this is the kind of thing that you are likely to see. And we are thankful that a lot of states have already actually going ahead. My brother from we bear the same name. Although I'm not a governor. He was so enthusiastic about this program that I said, look, I need to come and see what others are doing. And I was really very thrilled about that. So if you look at the structure, you have several dimensions. You have the social services, because we are going to basically create new secondary cities and towns. You have social services, you have the production area, where you have modern farm clusters, greenhouse, livestock, fish farm, utilities, ground maintenance, and then of course you're going to have hospitality, health centers, schools, playground, cold stores, and all of that. In the center of it is where you have the main hub. That's where the factories are. And that factory is where the processing value addition takes place. Agro-processing zones, R&D laboratory, training, mechanization, packaging, and so forth. All around this a particular zone. Say, for example, you have a 500 hectares or 1,000 hectares SAPZ. Within 20, 30, 40, 70 kilometers around it, you have all the adjoining villages that will benefit from what the hub is doing. So we are going to be, part of the funding is to open up those roads, create logistics for them, have warehouses, dryers, and all kinds of things. That's what you call the ATCs. You see them across all the four corners, called the Agricultural Transformation Centers. In specific terms, we started with several states, but 8 of them, that is 7 states and FCTA, was able to quickly cross the readiness index that we started with. And as you can see on the board, we democratized the choice of what to do, which location, which commodity. It is the states that decided, the commissioners of Agri, commissioners of Finance and Industry, that decided which value chain that they want to focus on. That does not exclude other commodities in any state. So, but this is, I don't need to put too much emphasis on this, but this is really what happens. But as you have been assured by the minister and others, we already have 18 other states lining up. And we are going to be rapidly working with them. Our country DG is here. If any state wants to write expression of interest, please contact him, and then we add them to the list of states that will be going. So how do we implement? As we said, it is government-enabled, private sector-driven. The key actors within this complex private sector arrangement are transaction advisors to ensure transparent selection of world-class contractors. Why do we insist on world-class contractors? The financing that we are providing is only catalytic. If AFDB give you 80 million, 50 million, 70 million, it's only catalytic. You might need up to $200 million to finish the zone. So our model is that while we, as government, you catalyze the building, the modeling, all of the things we've done over 3 years. We've been on this since April of 2019. Each state needs to attract key investors who will also bring their own money to the zones. As equity partners, as contractors, we say DBO, for example, design, build, and operate. That will be for us the ideal thing, you know, that someone will come, work with the state. We don't want states carrying more debt because we're already having so much debt, you know. So we want states to be partnering with all these knowledge centers. Then competent and experienced private developers, as I said, to construct, to manage the SCPCs. Anchor investors. This is really the measure of success of any zone. The ability to attract zone tenants, those big ones, those medium ones, those big, small ones. This is really the measure of the success. If you build a Hilton or a Transcorp and the place is empty, you have failed. You know, what you want to see is 95% room occupancy. That is the same thing with a zone. Then storage, warehouse providers to provide link between the buyers and the producers. So we are inviting all these groups of people. Even if you are not in this business already and you want to be part of this and you have experience in logistics, we are inviting you into those zones. You may just want to, you know, build warehouses, build schools, build hospitals within the zones. And of course, banks to provide bankable agribusiness loan. And I would like to acknowledge Bank of Industry. They have committed $1 billion to lend to all of those who will locate within our zones. In fact, they did this since 2018. They made this commitment since 2018. And each time the MD is telling me, Prof, what are you waiting for? We have money. You know, but of course, we need to build the zones first. And of course, commercial farmers also. So the implementation principles, to repeat, is that it is government as enabler. What the government has done at the federal level is to help, you know, the states to structure their loans. But at the end of the day, these zones belong to the states. They must take responsibility. So within the states, we have set up the PIUs, Project Implementation Units. At the federal level, we have also set up the National Coordination. Kabir, can you stand up? Kabir is the director for the and he's going to be managing this. In fact, the general procurement protocols will be sent out from his office very soon to all, especially for the private people who want to get involved. So we want to ensure transparent procurement of private operators, accelerate delivery, attraction of top-class commercial farmers and industrial processors, inclusiveness of smallholders that we hope to transform in the next 10 years. We don't want them to remain smallholders. We don't want to remain a country of rural 80%, 90%. We don't want to do that. We want to make sure we transform our country. That is the goal of SAPZ. And of course, the promotion of green infrastructure. Government also has been providing for us sound legal and regulatory framework to attract investment, and of course, more important, high-level leadership. At the end of the day, anywhere you have strong leadership at the top, projects succeed. Wherever you have a knowledgeable, committed leadership at every level, projects succeed. So we are counting on all the governors, all of our leaders to commit to this and make the change that we desire. 2 or 3 more slides. So the enablers, government, you said government is enabler. What are these enabling things that we need to do? SAPZ will provide facilities, services that are not available for the most part outside of the zones. Provide a productive business environment by responding to the nationwide binding constraints such as regulatory regimes, tax, as you heard the Minister of Industry read out, power, water, rail, telecoms, roads, and to raise the level of investment and of course, infrastructure within those zones. And we also have a lot of private people working with us all this journey. We have 9 Mobile, we have IBM. I never knew IBM was in agriculture. The day they showed their stuff, I was astounded. So we have several of them who will be happy to join us in doing this. The second and last enabler is that, and the uniqueness of the SAPZ, is that it is deliberately located within what we call peri-urban areas. Usually the easiest way to build an economic zone or an export zone is to go to where there's already infrastructure, near a port, near a seaport, and then you import the intermediate input and just ship out the goods to wherever, you know. But this is a deliberate decision to situate the SAPZs in between rural and urban area. We call them secondary cities. And secondary cities are the backbone of most the largest cities of the world. If you take Kaduna, you take Enugu, you take Ibadan, all of those towns around them are there where the people are producing the food or the produce. But oftentimes they are left to their own devices. They are left to no infrastructure. People live very difficult lives. So the idea is to locate the zones within those communities. And then you use policy to actually induce structural transformation. That is the aim why we are not putting these zones in Ibadan, Enugu Center, or somewhere else. They are usually not fully integrated into national plans. This plan, this framework, will help to revitalize those economies and ensure balanced development. And finally, I want us to regard the SAPZ as an industrial policy tool. It's an industrial policy tool. There is no country in the world, and I've been teaching this for 40 years, there is no country in the world that has become a modern economy without industrialization. Maybe 3 or 4 of them. Brunei, a few, 2 or 3 countries in the Gulf, where you produce a disproportionately large amount of oil, but you have a small population. Those are the only people. So you just buy everything. But go and check in economic history. There is no country, starting from Britain to continental Europe to America, you have to industrialize. And most of the time, you have to start from agriculture. Surplus labor from the rural areas move to the cities. Here, what we have had is that over-surplus unskilled labor move to the city and form slums. And then the cities are clogged up, the cities that have no infrastructure of its own. So what we want to do is stem this flow use SAPZ to actually reverse the flow. You have now urban to rural back, people living in a more quality life. Move away from Ibadan, move away from Lagos and go to the secondary cities where you produce and where you live a good life. Finally, the program components, as I told you, Kabiru and the colleagues at the state are going to be managing all of this. So you have the institutional development and policy, infrastructure, program coordination, financing in those three layers. We formed the MPC, the national office headed by Kabir, and also at the state level, each of them now have a PIU already in place. I don't know whether all of them have submitted. But also more importantly now, as we are calling out, we want anchor investors. We want other kinds of investors, even if you are not going to be. Anchor investor means the dominant investor in a place that will pull the others. So the Gabon example has been a fantastic example for us. The bank is involved in some way. In the last 12 years, what happened with the Gabon zone is that export from that zone was around $350 million. In 10 years or so, they moved to over $1 billion. This zone was built and to produce forestry products. Jobs created, almost 4 times. GDP contribution moved from 200, and as at this year, is almost $1 billion. And that country industry, that particular industry moved from the ranking of 42 to 5th in Africa, and globally it's moved from 10 to 2nd. So this is what the SAPC does. When you congregate all of these producers in one place, you find higher productivity levels and greater outputs. The example of Vietnam is one of my favorite examples. As we speak today, a lot of countries have experienced huge growth decline. The economy of Vietnam today is growing at 17.5%. 17.5%. We are growing at 3%. In fact, world average is hovering around 3 to 4%. Why? Almost all their growth is based on this kind of agro-processing. They have, in 2019, 376 industrial zones. Why am I showing you this? So that we can be ambitious. We are talking of 1 zone per state now. I would like to see 4 or 5 zones for every state in the next 10 years. And many of them could be private. Private people can build their own zones. And you find that by 2018, the zones attracted over 7,500 domestic projects, worth over $41 billion. 8,000 foreign projects with capital investment of $145 billion. This country was earning $3 billion each then. It has moved up. Cashew nut, rice, cassava, fish, coffee, tea, black pepper, rubber, resulting in average export every year of $40 billion. I am showing this to inspire us that we can do the same. And the key to their growth has been foreign investment. We should not be hostile to people coming to invest in our country. We don't have the money. You know, Nigeria is a big country, but we don't have the money. You need people, create an ecosystem for people to come and invest. But even our own people, let them invest. Let's make the environment easy for them. I see so many of them here. Always they are struggling with power, with water, with this. Let's make it easy for them so that they can invest in our country. Finally, these are the people we are inviting. Zone builders, facility managers, leading investors, farming factory people, service providers for schools, health centers, in all of these secondary towns. Please send the message across. Anchor and large subcontracting investors also, financial services, ITs and communications, one-stop center that we're going to build within those zones. So let's spread the message. Let's ensure that, these zones are a success. We believe very strongly that we are going to succeed. And Kabir, are you still here? I wanted him to say one or two words, but like I said to you, the general procurement notice is going to be sent this November in one form or the other so that everybody will know exactly what role that we should be playing. Thank you very much. Once again, welcome.
Professor Oyebanji Oyeinka Oyelaran, one of Africa's most distinguished urbanization and industrial experts and the senior advisor on industrialization to the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. Breaking it down for us very simply, Prof, I trust that the PowerPoint presentation here will be made available to participants if they do ask. Where will they be able to get that? On the website, I presume. So please, before you leave, obtain the information from Prof on where the PowerPoint presentation can be obtained. Excellent breakdown of the SAPZ ecosystem, its function, its structure, implementation, models, and the partnership, public-private producer partnership, which Dr. Megan referenced earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all zone builders. Collectively, we can make this happen. In any enterprise anywhere in the world, there are always three components. Any enterprise that you can think of. The first is excellence, and it's non-negotiable. The second is time. And as we all know, time is usually in short supply. So time is against us. The future was yesterday, and there's a lot of catch-up to do. And the third is the financial resources and the human resources to make it happen. I like what Prof alluded to a few moments earlier. For the SAPZ or any enterprise to be successful in Nigeria, we have to create an enabling environment to make this happen. That means business-friendly policies as well as greater attention to security to safeguard the investments of Nigerians and foreign investors. So once again, kindly give Professor Oyebanji Oyeinka Oyelaran a warm round of applause for that fantastic presentation. Again, that is his very, very quick, short-form presentation. He's loaded with a whole lot more information, so please latch on to him. You'll be glad that you did. Now, Prof has given us the broad strokes on the SAPZs, but to actually now break it down a little bit further and show you in real terms how an SAPZ operates and the impact that it has and the revenues that can be generated from running an SAPZ properly, I'm going to invite to the platform to share their own experiences with us Suren Abe-Wikrema, who is the Vice President, Arise Integrated Industrial Platforms. Prof mentioned some of what they're doing in Gabon. I don't know what example that he's going to use, but whatever it is, again, it will be powerful, inspiring, and encouraging. Suren, welcome to the platform.
Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Rural Development, Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Director General of African Development Bank, Honorable Minister representatives, high-level government representatives, Your Excellencies, Governors, Deputy Governor, and also our Ogun State Commissioner of Agriculture, Dr. Adelina. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to take this opportunity to thank ADB, IFAD, ISGB for organizing the launch of the ZAPZ and inviting Arise to say a few words about our operations in making Africa thrive. Nigeria is not an uncommon location for us. Our birth was in Nigeria, Olam. This is where we started first. And we developed into Arise. Let me take you through the presentation. Firstly, I would explain as to how we have industrialized the local processing in Africa. We started in Gabon, and we moved into Benin, Togo, and the west part of Africa. And now we are aggressively moving into west and central part and English-speaking nations such as Nigeria, Ghana, Rwanda, etc. So our zones are multidisciplinary in a sense. From Gabon, we started in wood processing and furniture manufacturing. And in different countries, we look at the available raw material, the needs of the government, the needs of the community, and the available resources, and we go and aggregate these commodities. So we've moved into agro processing, into textile manufacturing, marble processing, electronic motor vehicles, pharmaceuticals, minerals, etc. And doing this, we always develop power generation, and we keep a low carbon emission power generation in all our zones. Our primary objective is to create jobs. If you take a development of about 400 hectare to 500 hectare land area for a zone, we generally can generate direct employment of about 12 to 15,000 and indirect employment of about 25,000. So on a 400 hectare property, we generate about 35 to 40,000 jobs, direct, indirect. And we do local value addition. Through local value addition, we create revenue generation. Like in the example mentioned by my earlier speaker on Gabon, the value addition has been more than 20x. We started with mere round log at about $180 per cubic meter, and today from sawn timber to veneer to plywood, particle board to finally to furniture aggregation, we are selling a cubic meter at about $4,000 to $5,000. So within this value chain, there are large amount of jobs created, large amount of revenue being created. But doing all that, heart of our company, we look at the carbon footprint and the traceability. Now, if I take you to our fundamental beliefs, firstly, sustainability. That's the core of our operations. We are fighting against global climate change. And our climate and biodiversity strategy, which we have developed into 3 areas: traceability, carbon, and biodiversity. Now, when I'm talking about traceability, if I take the example of Gabon, in the forest, we working with FSC, Forest Stewardship Council, established in 2018, we monitor, we mark, we code every tree, and that every log which comes into our zones, we ensure that is legal and is accountable. So in this process, we ensure that logs are legal and its supply chain is managed efficiently so that the traceability will help the carbon footprint as well. Now, if you look at the carbon footprint, when we started the logging transformation business, from a particular log, we used to use only about 40% of the log. 60% was wastage. So you could call it quite a bit of pollution. And towards the years, in the last 2-3 years, we reached 70%. And I'm happy to announce by 2022 end, we will consume or we will utilize 90% of the log. So that will reduce a huge amount of carbon emission. And biodiversity, we take it very seriously because we manage large forests, large agricultural farms. We go into the extent of working closely with agencies. We install cameras in the forest. We monitor the movements of flora, we movement of animals, etc., and ensure that the biodiversity is well maintained. Our other fundamental belief in terms of our strategy is two key pillars. We look at export competitiveness and import substitution. Now, when I look at export competitiveness, we are looking at low transformation rates across the continent. Because in the continent, in most of the countries we operate, there's abundance of raw material of very good quality. So the low transformation rates has been very predominantly evident in most of the countries we go into. When we went into Gabon, it was only the exportation of timber which was happening. And the round log was exported at about $180 a cubic meter. There was hardly any transformation. So the government of Gabon banned the export of timber. At that time, it was exported through Olam, with Olam. And then thereafter, we established ARISE in 2010 to develop our first industrial park to transform timber. So when we did that, we moved the timber value chain to sawn timber, to veneer, to plywood, etc., to ultimate of creating furniture transformation, to value aggregation from $180 to $4,000. Aggregation was as a result of that. And the other area is import substitution. We strongly look at import substitution because we feel that there's a significant imports of processed goods are being brought into the countries, like maybe fish, poultry, timber, paper, API, pharma, etc. So our zones address this question, and we would mitigate or reduce the imports of this material either in full process or part process to ensure that certain amount of process development is done in country, at least to about 60 to 70%, so that input substitution is managed. So these are fundamental pillars. So with this, we have been addressing the major challenges of Africa. What we see is unemployment, income inequalities, and climate change. Now, when I'm talking about climate change, it's very passionate to our company. Like, if you look at 1 ton of material, or you take example 1 ton of timber, when you export a round log, you will export it all the way to, let's say, to Malaysia, and it will move, say, 10,000 kilometers. And the process value addition happens in Malaysia. Job creation happens in Malaysia. I'm taking Malaysia as an example. And aggregation happens in Malaysia, and the final product is sent back to China or to Europe. So you are burning carbon basically about 19,000 kilometers. Whereas Gabon, if you take an example, is 6,500 kilometers to Europe by sea, where we can do the value addition in Africa and manage the carbon emission and help climate change. So with this platform, we've developed 8 countries. Now within these 8 countries are all in the first stage of expansion. It is Gabon, Togo, Benin, CIV, ROC, DRC, Rwanda, Chad. And out of this, three are in full operation. 1 project is under construction and 7 under development and at a proposal stage. So you can see the map of Africa where we are in present. What you see in blue is Gabon is fully operational, Benin is operational, Togo is operational, and what you see in yellow, Chad, Rwanda, DRC, Republic of Congo, we have signed the agreements and now we are moving ahead for the construction stage. And countries such as Sierra Leone, Ghana, Nigeria, which is in Ogun State, which we are now in the proposal stage to sign agreements to start our operations in Africa. I'll take an example of Gabon. So I think you saw a glimpse of what Gabon is. I will take just 2 countries, but to keep the time in control. Gabon is our first economic zone. We started in 2010. And if you look at this zone, today we have 126 companies, which is 126 manufacturers in the zone. And we have brought an investment of $1.7 billion in addition to the capex we have invested USD 440 million. So that's the level of investment we have brought to the Gabon stage 1. And we have taken 1,100 hectares and 600 is fully operational. This investment is for 600 hectares. And like quite correctly, like my former speaker mentioned, when we started Gabon when we started in 2010, it's about $350 million export business. And today it has exceeded 1 billion. So it's kind of more than 3 times. Direct jobs, we created about 16,000 plus direct jobs. We have 95% local employees working in the company. And we are very much into gender balance, gender equality, and we have 60% females working in the organization. If you see here the zone's timber consumption, you will see in 2018, it was 0.5 million cubic meters. Now it's exceeding 1 million cubic meters on the timber itself. Because out of the 126 companies, 76 are operating in the wood industry. Because Gabon has a large amount of forest. And the other things which we do is we kind of look at a proposition for industrial players. We look at world-class utilities. When we develop a zone, we ensure that carbon-friendly power is generated for all our zones. We generate the power for the zones. Water we supply for the zones. Communication we supply for the zones. Road inside the zones we develop. All infrastructure within the zones we develop. We go into vocational training centers we develop. So basically a complete integrated industrial zone is what we develop. So basically now see, if you look at Gabon, we have developed a container terminal which holds about 4 hectares. We have developed a quay so that the waterways can be used for the timber to be brought into the zone. A 3.5 meter deep, 330 meter long quay is being developed. Electricity, we have set up a 70 megawatt dual power plant, 15 kilometer long pipelines, and a single window clearance building. So single window clearance building is very critical for us to ensure that whatever the taxes, whatever the forest permits, work permits, anything what the investor needs is there in the zone so that the investors do not have to go or get delayed. We manage everything and government facilitates the single window and all the government relevant bodies are in the single window. When we started Gabon, we had about 300,000-400,000 hectares of land, forest which we manage. Today, we manage 2.7 million hectares of forest under concession under RISE. So we basically, about the concession forest, 50% of the concession forest in Gabon, we manage. And the job creation in the wood industry, in addition to the jobs that we have created in the zone, has grown from 8,400 to 34,000. It has kind of quadrupled. And I would also like to say the FDI Intelligence Gabon Free Zone of the Year 2020 award was given to Best Zone of the Year for wood products for our zone in Gabon. I'll show you a bit of a glimpse of this zone. This is basically the overview of the zone, which you see the building here is the single window building which I was talking about. And if I take you further, this is the overview of our successful industrial park. And this 2.5 kilometer which you see is the length of our warehouses. So we have several warehouses of 2.5 kilometer length. And there what you see is a log park. This log park is one of the top 3 biggest log yards in the world. We have a fleet of 400 trucks deployed to transport the logs from upcountry south to the zone. We have 32 locomotives and 1,000 railway wagons bringing goods in a railway system, which you see in the middle, that line is a railway line. So we have created complete logistics for the zone through rail, through water, and through trucks. Because logistics is key. You can develop a zone, but if you can't create the logistics, you cannot sustain. Which is not in this presentation. In further to this, we have developed 2 ports. We own and manage both ports in Gabon, the mineral port of Gabon, as well as the cargo port of Gabon. We own and manage the airport of Gabon, international airport and cargo airport. The entire logistics system we manage in Gabon. So that is how we have concentrated and ensured our zones are supported. Because without logistics, without being integrated, you cannot sustain this investment and you cannot keep getting investments into the zone. So this is our model. It's very unique. We invest in infrastructure, logistics, integrated zones, and agri. This is a typical vineyard industry which you see. Gabon vineyard industry has expanded exponentially. Today, Gabon is going to be the world's second largest vineyard producer. We have multiplied the Ukume timber. Now Ukume timber is world class. Europe, US, they are asking for this particular vineyard. So it becomes the second largest vineyard producer in the world, Gabon. Here you would say a glue manufacturing plant. The reason I'm showing this is there's a strategic reason for this. When we started the zone, for timber, for vineyard to fix plywood and make plywood, you need glue. And in the timber business, glue is very critical. If you don't have the correct glue, you can't get the top quality plywood being produced, level to go to US and Europe and be accepted. So we invested in a glue manufacturing plant, and this plant has the capacity to supply to 100 industries of wood industries in Gabon. This excess capacity as well currently available, and expansion also is available. So we give good quality, readily available glue. As you know, importation of glue from China and India was very complicated. It doesn't come on time. You cannot store it. There are many issues. So as we move on, when we see the need, we invest and ensure that that ecosystem for the industry is supported. I'm showing this showroom to you. It's called Akiba. Akiba is our brand. This is in Miami. We developed this showroom in Miami. It's not for us to sell furniture. This showcases the products manufactured by our customers in the zone. So we create the demand and they do the supply. So our zone, in our zone, the furniture manufacturing cluster, they can produce pieces of furniture, display in our warehouses in the US, and they will get the orders directly going into them so that they can get the exports and the demand, supply done to demand. So we invest in marketing, and then we have a similar showroom in Gabon as well for the local market. This is some of the other exhibitions we do. We've covered Bangladesh, Egypt, France, Germany, Japan, Sri Lanka, etc. Many countries. We participate in all the exhibitions. This is not to promote our company. This is to promote our customers. We market their products. We promote their products. So we ensure that what is produced, what is aggregated in the zone is sold. So we basically take in charge of marketing for the zone. So we work very closely with our investors. I'll quickly run through Togo, another example. Here, all our ventures are PPP, government-private public partnerships. Here we've invested about $220 million in the development cost of the zone. In addition, we have brought in $800 million, total about $1 billion investment project. The zone is very close proximity to direct access to national highways. Here the focus is different: cotton, soya, agri-processing, timber, textile industry. And the unique proposition is the same: single window, we manage all the utilities required, etc. What is interesting about this zone I want to highlight is we built a 12,500 TU logistic park. And we built 60,000 square meters of storage facility and a truck park of 700 trucks. When you say truck parks with complete facilities provided. Now, with the support of the long-term relationship with the Togolese Republic of Togolese government, two things have been worked on. One is already done. First thing is the implementation of export restrictions. When we go into a country, the government is now working with us. As the aggregation increases, products such as soya, cashew, sesame, the raw exports to be restricted. And the implementation of incentives for legal obligation to use the logistic parks. So all the interland countries, like Mali, etc., when they move their facilities to Togo, they have to use this logistic park. So here's another glimpse of what we are doing there. It's slightly different. You see here is the storage warehouses. We are going into electric bike factories. Again, the timber industry you can see. ICD park for 700 trucks, which you can see. Textile companies. We've invested about, at the moment on phase 1, $500 million between Benin and Togo for textile companies. So the textile business has started. And the warehouses, you see in Swea, we have developed factories up to 210 metric tons per annum. There are many more. Just for the sake of time, I have just highlighted a few visuals which you can see. Our strength is global delivery and marketing team, investment management. So we have a global marketing head, and we have marketing teams in Europe, in China, Vietnam, India, Middle East, and US. We have marketing officers which are bringing investment in. We have value chain management in agro. We have value chain management in textile. We have a centralized digital marketing team. We have Salesforce automation. We do our own market research and research analysis and business modeling in-house. We house about 80 people in India, manages the HR, part of finance, and the research studies. And in each country, we set up marketing heads. So this is the kind of marketing structure, because if you don't do the marketing in a very professional and a stringent manner, you cannot bring the investors and you cannot retain the investors. Finally, I will just take through our journey so far, just to understand a little bit of our company. Arise has 3 pillars, or you can call it 3 companies. Which you see in the middle is the focus of this presentation, which is Arise IIP, Integrated Platforms. So the Africa Finance Corporation and ATIF are the shareholders of this company. ATIF is a new fund which we created in 2022, this year. So under this, we have our zones, Gabon, Togo, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, with the minority shareholding of the government. And all the new zones which we are going to do, the other 11 zones, will come under Arise IIP. On my left, which you see is Arise Ports and Logistics. Arise Ports and Logistics, we have the Owendo Mineral Port in Gabon. We have the new Owendo International Port in Gabon, and San Pedro Cote d'Ivoire Port. And on my right hand, which you see is the Arise Infrastructure, which we manage the Gabon Airport, Gabon Electrical Lines, Gabon Highway Company, and Nouakchott Mauritania Port. So what we have done is basically a structure that fit our scale and ambition. So we divided the company in this way, and we invest in ports, airports, infrastructure development, road, rail, and we invest in the developing the zones, and we invest in the airports and ports. So this is Arise, and thank you very much and your patience for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Surin Abe Wikarima, Vice President, Arise Integrated Industrial Platforms. Thank you for sharing your success story, your experiences about how an SAPZ can be modeled. It is an enabled system. It is feasible, you proved it. And it is an ecosystem that has to become highly developed. At this point, I'm going to ask, we're going to move into our interactive session very quickly. We're going to, again, due to the limitations of time, reduce it from the 1 hour that it was scheduled for to 30 minutes. So we're going to ask that our speakers speak fast and that we listen equally fast at the same time. I know that there are a lot of you who want to get out of here as soon as possible, but again, this is an integral part of the discussions that we're having moving forward. So I'd like to invite to the platform here to take your respective seats, Mr. Kola Owoduni, the Chief Investment Officer of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. Thank you very much. Kindly give him a warm round of applause. I know it's a little bit late in the day, but let's make them feel welcome. Thank you. Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadir, the DG Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Thank you. Mrs. Oluyemisi Iroloye, the Managing Director, Sultry International. And Mr. Leonard Kange, the General Manager, Corporate Finance, BOI, the Bank of Industries. Thank you very much for on the platform. There's a saying that goes, if you don't know where you're coming from, it's difficult to understand where you're going. So my first question to all of you on the panel, and I just want us to give very brief responses because there's quite a bit that we need to cover today. What are the lessons that we can learn from the past in order to avoid them moving into the future that is before us? And I'm going to start with our dear colleague from the Bank of Industries first. Leonard, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Victor, and thank you to all the participants here. Lessons learned from the past. One of the key ones is that we cannot continue with business as usual. Agriculture is a very, very key component of economic development. As Professor Oyeyinka said, there's no way you can industrialize without industry, and agriculture is the basis and foundation. Agriculture contributes to over 50% of our GDP, and in employment, about 70% of our GDP. Therefore, we need to do it a lot smarter. We need to direct the resources that are required. We need to work, all hands must be on deck, which is what the SAPZ is about. The federal government, development partners, the state governments, as well as finance partners, everybody must come together to make it a success. Those are the things that I think would be very critical for us to derive the benefits that are entrenched in developing the agri sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leonard. Thank you. So, Kola Woduni, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. We've had quite a few stories from the Manufacturers Association over the years about what needs to be. I think if anybody is in the driver's seat, who knows what lessons we can learn from the past, you're an integral part of that. To your mind, what is it that we need to learn moving forward?
Okay, thank you very much. I think for us in the manufacturing space, the experience in the past with industrial parks, and particularly the ones that we've had in Nigeria, are the so-called export processing zones. The experience we've had in the past is that even the infrastructure that is said to be available in those zones and in those industrial parks have not been adequate. And so the government, be it federal or state, have not invested enough to be able to make them successful. And we've had infiltration of produce, the outcomes of the production activities in those zones, filtering into the custom zones, customs territory, and then unfairly competing with the local industry. So I think in coming up with this model, which I've been impressed since yesterday, we must ensure that the commitment to develop the infrastructure in these zones should be adequate, and that the processes for engaging the private sector participants should be transparent and devoid of any consideration that we give it to mediocres. there has to be political commitment, which has ruined most of the attempts that we have had in the past. So I think for us in manufacturing, we are looking with enthusiasm that all those challenges we've had in backward integrating to sourcing our raw materials locally will be overcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. And to my dear colleague to the right, what are your thoughts?
So I think the most important thing here is a holistic approach. It's very important that we think of the whole value chain when we're considering the particular items that we produce in the ecosystem. And we have to take a full ecosystem approach to the zones, because otherwise we run into problems. We have to think of being competitive globally. It's very important that we are competitive globally and we're actually able to produce things at a cost that meets international standards. Otherwise, there's actually little value to having the zone within the country. And so it's important that we're thinking of how to deliver cost reduction value to the zone, to make sure that that zone and things from that zone meet international standards at the lowest price possible.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. And Yemisi Iroloye, from your experience in the field.
Thank you very much. I believe that strong collaboration is required. Lesson learned from the past successful projects. Strong collaboration is required in order to be able to make this to work. The companies must have strong collaboration with research institutes, with the banks, with the farmers, with the input suppliers, even technical support. It must be really strong. One tree cannot make a forest in this if we want to really make it to work. So I believe that learning from successful projects, strong collaboration, very, very strong ones are required to make this happen.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to Segun again, actually to Kola. Driving the NSIA, you've been actively involved with the SAPZ. Why has that been important for the successful takeoff of the program?
The NSIA is proud to support the SAPZ in whatever way we can. For us, we see the SAPZ as being catalytic for the development of Nigeria. And it's important that it succeeds. And so for that, the NSI is very happy to support the SAPZ to ensure the success of the program. We have agriculture and industrialization as one of our core areas of our infrastructure fund. And so this aligns very closely with what we're trying to do with the Nigerian Infrastructure Fund. And so a lot of the areas that we showed earlier from Professor Oyoyinka are actually areas we're looking to invest in. And so the SAPZ success means success for the NSIA as well.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go over to Leonard. Just before I came onto the platform, a member of the audience leaned over to me and says, one, how do we get involved in the SAPZ program? I'm a little bit concerned because it looks like all the monies earmarked for the program have been handed over to the government. What that says to me is that we're bringing an old school mindset to SAPZs. It's not about handing money over to governments. It's about working collaboratively with the private sector, with producers and investors. From your experience as a banker, what would you like to share with the audience who again are asking the questions, how do we get involved and how are you working with them?
Thank you very much, Victor. Like you said, there is a need to be very clear about how this process is going to work. It's very clearly stated that this is a government-enabled but private sector-driven initiative. So it's not business as usual. That is why you have a lot of international partners that are here, and you have the NSIA also handling the infrastructure aspect of it. Bank of Industry, we have extensive experience in supporting the agribusiness. And our business model is similar to what has been described here. Now, our role in ensuring that this initiative succeeds is to provide the financing to the private sector players that is required for them to locate in those various zones and to continue to succeed. That is the first aspect. We bring to the table long-term financing for as long as up to 7, 8, 9 years, etc., as is required. We bring that financing at affordable cost, as in single-digit interest rates. In an environment where you have interest rates at 21, 25%, etc., you and I know there is no way any country can industrialize on double-digit interest rates. It's not possible. So that is the role that Bank of Industry brings in. So that is one aspect in terms of what we are going to do to ensure that this succeeds. The second aspect of it is capacity building, because as you know, there are the large enterprises who are going to be the anchor tenants. You also have the other players who are likely SMEs, micro enterprises, smallholder farmers, etc., and all of that. Now, BOI has in place a program to support our SMEs, micro enterprises, to develop capacity. We have over 300 business development specialists, they are consultants. We hire them. They work with all the SMEs, help them to build corporate governance, how to manage their accounts, how to manage success, all of those things, handhold them. Even feasibility studies, just putting together bankable proposals and all of that. And even after the loan is disbursed, they also continue to support them so that they don't waste whatever opportunities they are getting. And we pay them, not the small enterprises. We pay them based on milestones achieved. So those are the kind of things that BOI is going to do to ensure that this works.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Shagun Ajayi Kadir, you're with the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. Are there any concerns that you have about the SAPZs? We've heard over and over again that it's an ecosystem, and it's a public-private partnership also of producers, a public-private producer partnership. What are the concerns you have about SAPZs, and what are those things that we need to watch out for in order to ensure that the SAP doesn't go the way of other programs in the past? Agreed, it's vastly different, but do you have any concerns?
Yes, thank you very much. I think one of the concerns has been allayed by my co-discussant in the sense that access to credit will not be so much of a challenge. And I must commend him for mentioning that after single-digit interest, particularly to a manufacturer, you are just telling him not to deliver. And so one of the issues will be access to credit that will concern us. But basically, I don't think that the funds that BOI will be able to put will be sufficient to go around even the first phase. So I believe that they will be attracting other funders that will be able to give single-digit interest rate. Another concern is insecurity. I mean, in Nigeria, one of the major concerns now is security. Our companies in the Northeast, I think about 46% of manufacturing industries in the Northeast had to close shop in the last 7 years. So we'll be concerned naturally about those ones that will be located in those areas. So there must be adequate preparation to allow them to operate in an environment that is conducive. Also, the host communities, I think the states have to do a lot to guarantee that the average investor, I mean, for instance, the manufacturer that will go there, will not have to be bothered about
permit me to use the word omonile, or people who have entitlement to some lands and locations. We must be insulated from the local politics of it so that an investor will feel confident to go into the zones and invest without bothering about that. I think the state government should take adequate care to ensure that the environment is right. And like you rightly said, please, government, just maintain your lane. I will prefer that they just provide the environment and not get into business in any form. Either in growing, either in processing or aggregating, just allow business people to do their business.
And I hear what you're saying, but if we insist on each person staying in their lane, then it's no longer an ecosystem. I think we have to be very careful there. But going back to the Omonile syndrome, one of the things that the African Development Bank does, for example, and pretty much all of the banks, is ensuring that the local community also benefits. So that's really one of the distinctive differences about the SAPZs. It's not just about benefits for the corporate private sector. It's for the smallholder farmers at the same time. So I think we again have to have a shift of mindset away from staying in our lanes, but working together more as an ecosystem. So I want to pivot from that to go over to Yemisi and to say, you've had quite a bit of experience over the last 10 years working with smallholder farmers. How have you been able to overcome the Omonile syndrome, as well as move them from being smallholder farmers to medium and large scale farmers? Just share with us your experience.
Thank you very much. The Omonile syndrome is actually everywhere. What makes the difference is whether you have created an avenue for them to make money legitimately. So I would say the word is legit. So when we got into Ado-Hawaii environment to do our business, the model was inclusive. So we wanted an inclusive model that was going to make the smallholder farmer in the center stage of our raw material value chain. So over the first 3 years, less and less number of people were doing Okada. Most of them were now farming because people who were farming and supplying us cassava were making more money, a lot of money. They were buying cars and building houses. I mean, it's evident, it's there, it's something you can see, progression over 10 years. So the Omoniles themselves did not get any pride in going to be disturbing people when they could make money legitimately. So those who were making money legitimately from farming started abusing those who were not making money legitimately from farming. So everyone was like co-opted into the system of farming. And then over the years, we've had the program of you starting to farm, maybe with 5 acres. The following year, we take you to 10. The following year, if you do very well, we take you to Anchor Bora scheme. You can do 25. Today, those farmers that started with us are no longer smallholder farmers. They now do 50, 70, some of them 100 hectares over the last 7 to 10 years. So it's a progression. When they see that they're making money, everybody wants to make money legitimately. Nobody really wants to be a tout if he can find something that he can do legitimately. So I would say that this program must include the people around, wherever this is located. You can't just be driving your 4-wheel drive up and down, driving big cars, and the people are in poverty and expect that they will not come and attack you. So if you create a system where they also make money, supply tomato, you make money. They invest 100,000, they're able to, at the end of the season, make 700, 1 million. The following year, they continue to grow. We will reduce this attitude of Omonile, kidnapping, and all of that. So I believe that if we make them part of it from beginning, we must find a way to make sure that the community, the host community, 200-kilometer radius from wherever the program is happening, must be able to have a stake in whichever way. Whether you are going to make it compulsory for companies that are going to be companies that are going to be existing there, somehow you just can't make money here without making sure that by inclusive method, other people around that community who owns the land are part of the cake and they are able to cut part of the pie.
I have a sneaky suspicion there that you're a little bit passionate about agriculture. That's my sneaky suspicion. You've been in the business for quite a while. You could have done other things. Why agriculture?
Well, why agriculture? I would say maybe because I have this passion to do a business that was going to bless lives. I wanted to impact life while making money. So even when I was designing my business, I designed it to be inclusive. That is, to work with smallholder farmers from beginning. So I think it's more of the passion and the love to see people leave poverty to prosperity. And I see agriculture as one major way to do that.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give each one of you an opportunity to look into the future. Again, debunk any skepticism that might be out there about the potential success of the SAPZs. I'm going to start with Kola first, then go on to Shegun, and then Yemisi, and end with Leonard. Give us your take on where you see the SAPZs as agriculture, agro-industrial processing 2.0, and what you think the future holds. Kola, I'm going to start with you first.
So for me, I expect that within the next 3 years, we should see beginning of large-scale exports of agricultural produce and value chain addition to our primary produce here. So much so that we'll see a few $1 billion starting to trickle in, and hopefully by year 7, year 8, you're talking about tens of billions of dollars of value additions within Nigeria being exported out of Nigeria. That is my dream for the SAPZ.
Thank you. Shegun, yourself?
Okay, thank you. I think,
speaking on behalf of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria.
Yes. I think I see a very good future for us, especially with the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. Our affairs has always been being competitive because of the inclement environment in which we operate. So being able to expand our local sourcing of raw materials, we enhance our productivity and our competitiveness. So I think the major attraction for me and the future I like to see is the one that promotes the Nigerian manufacturing space and leaves us to occupy the rightful place that Nigeria should have and look forward very boldly to the 1.3 billion people market that the African continent provides. That's my attraction.
Thank you, Shegun. Leonard? Oh, sorry. Yep. Yemisi?
I believe that if everything we have stated in the last 2 days, yesterday and today, is done according to how it is in the plan, then I believe that our currency should be stronger, because ultimately it's supposed to reduce importation, it's supposed to increase exportation, and it's supposed to also provide jobs for people and strengthen our economy. So consequently, it's definitely supposed to strengthen our currency. So I see that our currency should be able to get better if we follow this plan as written in the book.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. At BOI, we believe that if this is implemented as planned, and we believe it will be, why? Because we have seen examples where it's being implemented in 12 African countries and is working significantly. We just saw an example of Gabon just now, etc., and all of that. So we believe that if it's implemented well, there will be a transformation of the entire agri-sector, and that will have multiplier effect on all the other people in the entire value chain, from the farmers to the table, etc., and all of that. There will be a transformation. We expect to see not just the 6 that we're starting, the 7 that we're starting with right now. We expect to see hundreds and hundreds more of SAPZs, because it's a proven and tested concept. The third thing is that we also expect that the private sector will finally take its place in driving the Nigerian economy, because this has the potential to do that. We're right now looking at the agri sector. There are other sectors that also will benefit from this entire value chain approach. And BOI is prepared to provide that kind of support. In terms of resources, we have been able to, over the last 5 years, raise over $5 billion from the international market with the support of our investors, the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank of Nigeria. We have been able to raise over $5 billion. This year alone, we raised €1.750 billion in this difficult environment, and at very affordable rates. The $1 billion that we raised in August that just closed, we were able to raise it at a price of Euribor plus 1.65% because of the innovative way that we structured the transaction with the support of our partners like AFC, the Central Bank, etc., and all of that. So BOI is ready. If you are an investor here and you're looking to locate in the zones, or even if you're not, you want to establish industry, etc., if you are not already a customer of BOI, then I ask you, what are you doing? Please come and see us.
Well, thank you very much, Leonard, for throwing the challenge. I see quite a number of people in the audience pointing to you. I'm sure once you get off the platform, you're going to be stormed. Now, my final question, and we have a few moments here, but I want to throw a challenge to every single one of us. I remember when Dr. Akinwumi Adesina became the Federal Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development in Nigeria, he began to speak about agriculture being sexy, agriculture as a business, with his bow tie, of course, but that still didn't stop him from rolling up his sleeves and going into the farm. The biggest challenge we have is that there cannot be any agriculture or agro-industrial processing without the youth. That's a missing gap. When I was growing up in Nigeria, we had a sitcom called Cockcrow at Dawn. When we look back, really what it was all about was attracting people back to the farm. But again, we've moved into a different era, agriculture, agro-processing 2.0. But there is a need to change the narrative. If the narrative doesn't change, my question is, how does BOI, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and the National Sovereign Investment Authority, as well as small producers like EMSC, how do you accomplish the goals that we've all talked about? I'm going to give each one of you a minute to see what it is you have to say about that, and if there are any opportunities for you to partner together in shaping the narrative to help build the future that we all want. I'm going to start with Kola first, go on to Segun, EMSC, and again end with Leonard. 90 seconds each.
Thank you. The youth are the future. We really have to encourage them into agriculture. And agriculture of old has really transformed. And that is something we need to change first in our curriculums, because what is being taught in most of our schools of agriculture is still agriculture of 30 years ago. That needs to transform. Second thing we need to do is use the platforms available today, the digital platforms we have, to encourage people to go into agriculture. As Yemisi explained earlier, if people see it as being a financially viable method to make legitimate money, people will be encouraged to go into agriculture. But they need to be taught exactly what to do, how to do it, when to do it. Given the changing climate that we're experiencing nowadays, it's important also that we actually do a lot of research into the kind of seeds we use, the kind of process we run, what needs to be done differently to ensure we have a sustainable production value chain in the agri sector.
Thank you very much, Kola. Shagun, over to you.
Yeah, I think the youths are the future, like you said, and any nation that ignores the power, the energy, the drive of the youths does that as its own peril. The youths in Nigeria have shown clearly that they can pull their own. They've shown it in the entertainment industry, and you can see them achieving monumental feats. Yesterday, I regaled in the testimony given by quite a number of young people. In manufacturing also, we have seen them venture into areas with very innovative approach to getting things done. I think one of the barriers to youth engagement has always been they are not having the capital that is required and also the environment that is not conducive. So I see this project as a good one for them. First, it eliminates the traditional barriers that have inhibited their participation, particularly in the agro business space. So I think that for us, this is a very good opportunity for us to have the youth play in an unfettered manner, and I'm sure I will be directing very many of our young members to my brother from BOI, so you should expect many visitors very soon, because these are the young people that will do very innovative things and are looking forward to connecting other parts of Africa. They are the most enthusiastic about the promise that the AFCFTA holds. And I think this is an excellent opportunity for them to actualize their dreams.
Thank you very much, Shagun. Thank you. Yemisi.
That the youth will go wherever there's money. Once they are going to make money there, they'll go there. I mean, we've seen them in my industry, that's in the cassava industry, coming to do great things. Even ladies living right in some village and just cultivating 100 hectares and making some 20, 30 million naira in a season. So the youth will do it if we can provide mechanization. We just have to increase the number of tractors, increase the mechanization opportunities that are existing in other countries. For example, in this time and age, we shouldn't be using cutlass to plant cassava anymore. When we have planters, when we have fertilizer broadcasters, when we even have machines that can weed. So if these things are available, more youth will see opportunity and will love to want to do it. So I think with this platform that is being provided right now, the youth will be able to see an environment that is conducive for them to make business, and we'll be able to access loans. But I will ask him a question. The youth don't have collateral. So how are we going to handle this?
Actually, Yemisi, you jumped the gun because I was just waiting to land on
Exactly.
Leonard here. Seriously, I mean, one of the things that the African Development Bank is working on right now that Dr. Akinwumi Adesina has been pushing for is what he's calling youth entrepreneurship banks. And the reason for that is what kind of experience, what kind of collateral can a dynamic, young, creative individual bring to the table, and the banks don't give any options. So how do we overcome the lack of collateral in order to unleash the entrepreneurial spirit of the youth in Nigeria? That's your question.
Thank you very much. I was waiting for that question so I can answer it thoroughly to everybody's satisfaction. First of all, let me share our experience in supporting youths in agriculture. We have a product called value chain financing. It's focused on smallholder farmers. Quite a number of them are youths. What the 5 Ps that were described by Catherine Megan.
4 Ps.
Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of model that we're using. Now, what BOI does is we work with the large producers or processors and large agro-based companies like flour mills, like and other Olam, for instance. And then we also work with aggregators like Babangona and FX, etc. These are young people. We provide financing to them. What they do is they now provide inputs, just as described in the SFPZs, inputs to the smallholder farmers. Not money, inputs, like mechanization, like improved seedlings, new farming methods, etc., or fertilizer, all of that. When they produce, they now pay for those inputs by way of their products. And whatever is left, they have the option to sell to those aggregators or to sell in the open market. And we have seen great success in that. So far, we have financed or disbursed over 13 billion naira to these various units and supported over 71,000 farmers and created jobs in excess of 1.3 million. That is our experience. We plan to double down and do a lot more of that, because what is going to happen is that when you look at it from the value chain, because one of the things, like you said, is risk, right? That's why banks generally don't want to support, because the risk is too high.
Sure.
But there is when you look at it in terms of the entire value chain, there is a natural de-risking, because one, the farmer knows that whatever he produces will be uptaken. He's not going to be looking for markets. If he wants to even go further to do processing and all of that, he doesn't have to worry about things like power, water, and all of those things, because they're already in the zone, right? So when we provide that financing, they produce, the large corporations offtake it, process it, and then the corporations, when they do the finished goods, what happens? They need to sell. We also finance the distributors. So we're looking at the entire value chain. So that way, as everybody is growing, we're growing. The other aspect of it is there is also another de-risking mechanism that we use. Working with AFDB partner, Africa Guarantee Fund, we have recently received an offer from them to provide portfolio guarantees of up to 50% for SMEs. Most of the SMEs are youth-led or women-led. And so they have the opportunity to actually access and benefit from that. So the issues of collateral and all of that are addressed. And this is just the agri-value chain. Talk about the creative sector. Bank of Industry was the very first institution that went into supporting the creative sectors. Most of the movie theaters and the movies that you watch today are financed by Bank of Industry. And that is a heavy draw to support our youths, our women, etc., and all of that. So we intend to do more and more of that. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give a warm round of applause to our panel. Kola Wodini, Chief Investment Officer of the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadir, DG Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mrs. Oluyemisi Iranloye, Managing Director, Sultry International, and Mr. Leonard Kange, General Manager, Corporate Finance, the Bank of Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished excellencies, it indeed is a new day. It is a new dawn. The journey ahead is going to be long, but we will get there. The journey of 1,000 years begins with one step. That journey has begun. You're all an integral part of it, and we certainly wish you good success. I'm going to call on the DG of the Nigeria Country Department, Dr. Lamin Barrow, to provide closing remarks. But before I say that, I'd just like for our panelists to just stand, and we'll take a group photograph and give room to Dr. Barrow. Once again, give our panelists a warm round of applause as we welcome Dr. Lamin Barrow. Lamin, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Oladokun, and the panelists, presenters. Let's give them another round of applause for really making it very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, now my duty is very simple here now. It's really not to attempt to summarize.
Ladies and gentlemen, please could you be seated? Mr. Leonard is still around, so you can hand over your business cards when the event is over. Could you please sit down, please? Could you please sit down? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Oladokun. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to that point of this very exciting, interactive event. We would have wished that we have comments and questions from the audience, but I'm sure you will agree with me that from all the speeches we have had since early afternoon and the presentations followed by the panel discussions, we have had enough to believe that yes, we can, and it is possible to do the SAPZs and be successful at that. So let me thank each and every one of you for your time. I know it's very valuable time, but I'm sure you will all agree that it is a time well spent and well worth it, and that will hopefully generate the dividends and the benefits to help us work together as partners to implement the SAPZs in Nigeria. I think the presentations we had from Prof. Banji and also from Suram of Arise really indicate that within a very short time, SAPZs can be implemented if we do the right things. And we have learned lessons in terms of why they can be done quickly. And I think the main one is about having an ecosystem approach that ensures that we all leverage the complementary roles of the different actors who are represented here today. From the government side, we have been very encouraged by the words and assurances provided by the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Trade, Industry and Investments regarding the policies and the incentives that are availed to investors, qualifying as pioneering investment for investors, be able to make sure that we put in place structures and activities that can be competitive. I think one of the panelists from NSI made a good, strong point about, at the end of the day, is having products that are competitive in the domestic market and regional and international markets. But for that to happen, the state governments must play their role, the federal government must play their role, the partners, investors, and other private sector actors have to play their role. And I particularly like, you have to do business unusual. The Bank of Industry representative articulated how important it is to provide access to affordable finance. I cannot agree more with him. So we have to deploy and leverage all the facilities that can be brought to bear. And of course, no single financier can be able to accommodate all the needs of private sector actors, the SMEs. But hopefully, with the virtuous circle that will be created by the end-to-end de-risking of the SAPZ activities, we'll be able to attract the investments and make sure that with all those facilities, we will be able to produce goods and services that are very competitive. So please look out for the general procurement notice that will be issued, because it will tell you in general usually what are the opportunities, especially for procurement. And then, of course, the procurement of services for private sector operators, from anchor investors to service providers and other tenants, I think will be done in a very transparent and competitive manner, so that we bring the best value to the states, to the players, and to Nigeria. Marketing the SAPZ zones, I think, is something very important. I think it's a very innovative approach we see from Gabon and other activities of Arise, so that the benefits to the private sector operators can also be captured. I also, at this stage, wish to just mention other key takeaways. I think the lady panelist emphasized the need to have all hands on deck, and also very strong partnerships she kept emphasizing, and collaboration. I mentioned the ecosystem approach, and then the panelists from Manufacturers Association of Nigeria talked about the importance of commitment, and transparency to underpin all the activities, so that the notion or the promise of being a game changer can actually be realized. So we must do business unusual, and we count on all of you now as a coalition of the willing to make sure that we bring accountability and transparency and pragmatism to bear in the operationalization and rollout of the SAPZs. So on behalf of the partner institutions, I wish to thank you once again for honoring our invitation and for your presence here to listen and to contribute ideas, sharing your experience and insights by the presenters, speakers, and discussions. They will all help us really to take forward the good practices and the insights for SAPZs. I like the moderator's question on the forward look, and of course, the presenters again gave us very insightful perspectives on what they think should happen, or how they want to see the SAPZs play out. So let me once again thank the Ministers of Finance, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment for their strong commitment manifested yesterday and today. Of course, from the Vice President and through him, His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We very appreciative of their leadership and commitment to ensure that SAPZs can be a success. We have seen the success in Gabon, in Benin and Togo, and these actually are very recent, so it's doable. And Nigeria has the resources, has the smart people, and of course, has the opportunity. You already have the market. I think most of the time, people are struggling to look for export markets. But for you, you have the privilege to start from, you already have a domestic market. The rest are add-ons. So we believe this is possible. Of course, the panelists and speakers I talked about for your insights and experience. But Our special thanks go to Dr. Victor Oladokun, the moderator, for your brilliant and very insightful, animation of the sessions. Yesterday and today, we have also learned a lot. There was a lot what I learned about Omonile syndrome. But we are assured that, at times, it's just how we structure it. But everybody needs to be incentivized, and we have to foster inclusiveness in what we do. So, Omonile can be good if not taken to extreme limits, I suppose. So thank you very much. I think you have made us sustain our energy, to stay here and all be keenly listening and thinking about how we can work together and how we can exploit and leverage the advantages presented. Let me also take this opportunity to thank my colleagues across the three institutions and also in the government MDAs, particularly the Program Coordination Unit led by Dr. Kabir and his able staff. We are confident that with this start, you will be able to take forward the SAP's implementation in accelerated mode. Let me also take this opportunity, though, to just urge our counterparts in the government that it's not finished business. There are still some things to attend to make sure that we can get to that point of being able to disburse the resources approved. And this is most importantly the completion of the subsidiary loan agreements between the Federal Ministry of Finance and each participating state, the establishment of the oversight structures and implementation structures. When you look at it, it looks very complicated. I saw Prof's slide, which shows all the implementation actors involved, where you have the federal oversight structures, the state oversight structures, coordination structures, but these are really not difficult. If Vietnam and other places are making so many of these, and China and all this, because they have these kinds of structures that can facilitate the processes that are taking place at the federal and state levels. Of course, there are other things, as simple as opening bank accounts. I'm glad that many of the states have actually established their teams, and these are all important. So we urge you to accelerate the actions and send the documentation through the Ministry of Finance. But I didn't want to miss this opportunity to remind the states and the federal structures, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, to complete this process. Thank you, colleagues, also in the three institutions, in the bank, especially from the Nigeria Country Department, for your dedication, for your spirit of teamwork. I see Atsuko at the back, who has been like a quarterback in the true sense. I really want to single her out for her passion. She keeps us going, and she has been there constantly, ever ready to. There are too many to mention, but you all know yourselves. But we thank each and every one of you for the great work and for your collaboration. Finally, I wish to thank the event planners. I think you will all agree with me that they have done a first-class job in availing the facilities and bending over backwards and making life comfortable, that we will be able to have such a successful launch yesterday and today in the interactive section. So please, let's join hands and give them a rousing clap so that, I think it's a testimony of our capabilities, not only to organize these events, but to deliver big things like SAPZs. And thanks also to the governors and the deputy governors for their presence, their time, and their leadership commitment. We look forward to sustaining this momentum and really delivering the promise of SAPZ, which we all believe is a game changer. So let's do it. And thank you very much. We will have light refreshments and network a bit before we leave so we can stretch our legs and do a little exercise and get to know each other very well. But we thank you very much for your time and for your partnership. So let's keep it going. Thank you.
With great sense of duty and immense pleasure to welcome Your Excellencies, top government functionaries, development partners, and our strategic stakeholders to this epoch event of the presidential launch of the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone program.
It was the desire of His Excellency, Mr. President, to resuscitate the vigor of having agro-processing zones in Nigeria to promote the agricultural value chain, to empower youth and to revitalize non-functional investments in agriculture, and most importantly, to curtail the level of importation of products that could be locally produced in the country.
I thank you all for your dedication to Nigeria's success. Your investments will go a long way in improving Nigeria's agricultural sector, and more importantly, the lives of men and women in some of Nigeria's most rural areas.
Our involvement in Nigeria has focused on various sectors, especially agriculture, the backbone of most of the Islamic Development Bank member countries' economies. Currently, the bank has a rich pipeline of projects for Nigeria. Consultation is ongoing with the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning for undertaking the Islamic Development Bank member country partnership strategy for Nigeria for 2023.
With the SAPZ project, we will have reached $700 million of direct investment with Nigeria, and with co-financing $1.2 billion with our partners in Nigeria.
And so I call on all the participating partners, particularly the Minister of Agriculture, Finance and Industry, to please create the necessary impetus that can actually bring the actual footfall of these industries to have its products in the markets.
Hunger in Nigeria cannot be justified. Nigeria has the land, with 34 million hectares of arable land with rich and diverse agroecology. It has the water. It has the labor, and it's pretty cheap. It has great sunshine. Nigeria must achieve zero hunger. There is no reason for anyone to go hungry in Nigeria.
So today we are at a profoundly important moment in our agricultural odyssey. If the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones program delivers on its objectives, and we have no doubt that it will, then we would, in less than a decade, deal a fatal blow to food insecurity. We'll create millions of good-paying jobs, and we will create an agro-industrial opportunity such as has never been seen on this continent at least.